You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome to another evening/morning of coverage on Force 13 Live, and a rapid development. Boy, it has been rapid. The development of Typhoon Noru, and you're not reading that wrong, now a Category 5 by latest estimates, with winds of 160 miles per hour and a pressure of 922 millibars, according to our last team observation. A quite incredible rate of intensification that was witnessed overnight, and an extremely powerful landfall now on the cards for the Philippine Islands, and landfall is expected within 24 hours, I think, before the end of the day. Quite incredible. And there is the typhoon, easily visible on your imagery there. Looking at a wider shot of the Western Pacific, and as soon as I sort out all of my other graphics, you'll be able to see how it looks like a little bit more closely as well. Just got to change my bar there as well. That got a little bit delayed because it was displaying the wrong information, so we don't want to do that. Anyway, of course, this isn't the only storm that is currently active. You saw earlier on, just before, when we were opening up then, a brief look at this, which is Tropical Storm Ian, headed towards the Western Caribbean Sea, and could become, the National Hurricane Center are expecting now, a Category 4 peak as it enters the Gulf of Mexico and approaches Florida. We will do our level best to try and cover both of these situations as equally as we can tonight. This morning, of course, we're dealing with two completely different time zones. The Philippines are 8 hours ahead of UTC, and of course the US in Eastern Daylight Time is 4 hours behind Universal Time. So just to give you an indication right now, it is 10:07 p.m. on the Universal Clock, and that makes it 6:08 as it is now in the Philippines, and 6:08 p.m. on the US East Coast. It's early in the morning in the Philippines, so just clearing up any potential confusion that we might have there. In the studio, my name is Nathan Foy. Hello once again. We were here last night covering Hurricane Fiona for a 6-hour stint, and we expect to be here for quite a few hours once again tonight as we take a look at these two major systems. There's some close-up satellite imagery of that storm powering towards the Philippine Islands. And let me introduce you to our team right now. This hour of coverage, we have AWX, Cat God, apparently, and Lucas.
Hello.
I got to read out what names are displayed there, guys.
Sorry, Nathan. I have to change that.
Hello.
Welcome aboard. We're watching everything that's going on with these two storms right now. I imagine we're going to be kicking off with Noru, which of course the Philippine name is Karding. Signal 3 warnings currently in effect for the eastern coast of Luzon. Lucas, why don't you tell us about it from your perspective?
Well, for me, I honestly was not expecting for the storm to intensify like this quickly. I mean, as you guys can see right here, this is a 24-hour loop of the storm, and you can really see it gather its organization and rapidly deepen as it's currently over really warm water, but also very deep warm water, because as you can see right here, according to the oceanic heat content where Noru is, it's currently over some very deep warm water in the ocean, and this is what honestly caused the storm to intensify substantially and really clear out its eye, probably about probably 15 degrees Celsius, I guess. And I think it's going to intensify just a little bit further before it makes landfall. And like you said, Signal 3 warnings are in effect. And if you guys are honestly in the Philippines, I need you to watch very closely because this is going to be a life-threatening storm, and it's going to dump like very serious rainfall and lots of storm surge.
We don't even know how much storm surge we're expecting with this right now. I imagine it will be quite substantial. One thing to note though with this storm, and part of the reason why it was allowed to intensify so quickly, is that it is very small. But still, I mean, you know, it is small. I mean, it's not the smallest we've seen. It's certainly not large, but certainly very powerful. Look at the eye there, extremely clear and well defined, even more so in those latest frames, and those convective tops are chugging away. Really explosive waves of convection there, and gravity waves probably in there as well. Ever since it did that massive explosion of convection in its earlier stages when it was still battling off wind shear, it looked like this storm was a goer and certainly had a lot of power in it, and really that is coming to the fore right now on this satellite imagery. -70, -75 cloud tops completely the way around, and a few -80s in there as well on the northern semicircle. And some of those higher cloud tops reaching land already in the bands. But the main cause of the storm is still offshore.
And something kind of surprising to me about Noru is that it jumped 80 miles an hour in the last 12 hours. It was only at Category 1 12 hours ago at 75 miles an hour. Now it's at Category 5. Borderline, I think.
A really incredible turn of events. Storms in this area of the world always have this opportunity to do something crazy like this, and in a way sometimes it's not so surprising when we see it, but the problem is that we never get to really... Rapid intensification is still one of the great unknowns of tropical cyclone forecasting. It's something that is very, very difficult to predict. Some storms do it, some storms don't. And I'm
honestly predicting that Ian's going to do it as well, because it's starting to go into deep waters in the northwestern Caribbean, and it's going to probably rapidly intensify before it interacts with Cuba and later Florida.
I wouldn't say Ian will do a similar intensification. It still has to finish reorganizing its structure, and we have to see.
Yeah, it still has to organize
into Monday. Now, one thing I want to know about Noru is that right now it ranks as the last 10 years as one of the top 5 fastest intensifying tropical cyclones in the West Pacific in terms of pressure. And I think that's from our own Soham. I need to look back real quick.
And let's, whilst that's going on, look at the National Hurricane Center cone. Well, there's Fiona's cone. We were looking at that a lot last night. It is still going. That massive wind field there from the National Hurricane Center, 70 miles per hour, that's the 5 p.m. advisory. But let's look at Ian's cone here. That's the latest from 5 p.m. They're expecting it to reach Category 4 status on 2 of those points. I think it's the Tuesday and the Wednesday one, the 2 p.m. ones, as it grazes the western tip of Cuba and up towards the coast of Florida. Now, you may want to note that they forecast weakening at the end of that cone before landfall, and that, I think, is something that we should hold on to. Wind shear is probably going to rise before landfall. How much it affects the storm is going to be the million or billion-dollar question as it gets closer to landfall. As we know, billions of dollars in infrastructure and real estate, of course, is at risk. And of course the impacts physically to everyone involved as well. Safety is key, and if you're anywhere along the western coast of Florida during this time, it's time to evaluate your emergency plans. make preparations as needed, stock up, and consider whether, if this situation comes true, whether you're going to evacuate or whether you're going to stay behind. So it's going to be quite difficult to cover both of them at the same time tonight, but we do have two major systems active. Most of our coverage will probably be dedicated more towards Noru, as the landfall is so much more closer right now. And let's just get a position estimate, and I don't have the right products up at my end. It's getting pretty close to land. It's north of Catanduanes right now, that island to the south, and reaching the same longitude there as the main island of Luzon itself. I'm a little bit rusty with all of these locations. It's been a while since we've covered the Philippines at length. I think it's the Bicol region, although that might be further south, I can't remember. But movement of this storm right now is pretty much due west, and that means that Polillo Island, which is those small islands to the west of the storm there, and the coast of eastern Luzon, is really under threat. Forecasts suggest that maybe the landfall will be right along the border between southern Aurora and Quezon province. I wonder if our team have any thoughts about the warnings that they've put out so far, Signal 3, and whether a lot of people suggesting that that is not enough.
I agree with that. It's not enough. Parker says underestimating. I sent you a super typhoon right now. Signal 3 should be extending for most of the area. Landfall site with signal 4 or 5 being included in there. It's going to make landfall within the next, 8-12 hours, give or take. So it could make landfall by the time it's overnight here in the U.S.
Let's give some position updates right now, and these are the distances from various towns and cities. It is currently 162 kilometers from Virac on the southern coast of Catanduanes. Let me just get some more. It is 176 kilometers north-northeast of Naga, 147 from Dayet, from Polillo Island, 210 kilometers right now. From Infanta, it is 244, and from Manila, 320 kilometers to go before it gets towards the capital. And some southerly jogs there would definitely put those areas at risk. I mean, this is quite crazy. A storm that's rather small is probably going to have the best chance of delivering a massive blow to the Metro Manila region.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely devastating for the Philippines, and I hope everyone in the Philippines start preparing, because this is going to be a humongous punch when it makes landfall.
Let's take some comments as we always do. Start your message with Force 13 all in text whilst we are live. Get the word out there that we're streaming if you enjoy our coverage. And we'll be here for quite a few hours to discuss both of these storms, Noru, Philippine name Karding, and Tropical Storm Ian. Let's take a look then. Buttered Sheep says, could Ian miss Cuba and go further west? It certainly could. Wilson the Phoenix says, will Noru hit Metro Manila? To an extent, yes, but I don't think the strongest part will.
I feel like they get nicked by the eye wall, but they should miss overall the smaller core, I think, a bit to the north. But we will see.
It'll be very difficult to for the centre of the storm to make landfall over that area, or indeed its eye wall, considering how small it is. But it will get close when you look at that, and only a little bit of a southerly jog would make things different. Got to keep watching this very closely. Let's see what else we have. Could Tropical Storm Ian rapidly intensify overnight?
Yes
It
and
could,
no.
though. It still has to organize, though, before it makes that northwesterly turn.
And again, on our left-hand panel tonight, you can see all of the active systems that are currently out there, and should also point out that it's no longer tropical storm Hermine. That's down to a depression from the National Hurricane Center, so excuse that. But apart from that, not much has really changed. Gaston is still active at 40 miles per hour, leaving the Azores now. And Newton is down to a tropical depression as well in the eastern Pacific. But of course the main storms that we're focusing on now are Ian and Noru. You can still see extratropical storm Fiona there in our bottom left panel, and is still very active and quite clearly visible and discernible. Really impressive, picturesque looking storm now at this point, with winds of 70 miles per hour. But we're here to take questions as much as we can, really, and hopefully that will be of use. Do we think the models for Ian may shift more eastward or keep going to Louisiana? Well, let's clarify that it's not going to Louisiana yet. It would still take a significant shift. But when you do look at the current National Hurricane Center cone, and we can't compare it, we can't show you what it looked like yesterday, but for those who remember, the western extent of that cone has really changed, and it's halfway to Louisiana compared to what it was yesterday. It also puts the southern and southeastern tip of Florida outside of the cone, so Miami up to Jupiter, they're out of the cone. Florida Keys, they're out of the cone. You could still get tropical storm conditions, but it's looking more apparent at this point that you will not get the worst deal from this tropical cyclone. 45 mile an hour winds they put it at the last update from 5 p.m. In an hour and a half we'll have more updates on that and whether that has changed. As for Noru, I don't know whether our team will be providing more updates soon, but if any come out, I'm sure one of our gang here can tell us about it. Look at this, first visible images over Typhoon Noru right now, and it looks extremely impressive. A classic powerful appearance there. I'm trying to remember what it reminds me of. In a way, it reminds me a little bit of Melor in 2015. I forget the Philippine name for that one now. This one, of course, being much further north. I'm only really comparing its appearance at peak.
Starting to get some comments that Noru's pressure is sub 900.
I doubt that.
I doubt that too, because it's still a small system, and I think it's kind of impossible for a storm this small to reach sub 900.
Let me just check and see if the source for that is what I think. Oh my god.
I wonder if we got any new updates from
Alright,
the JT.
just a minute. What I can tell you right now is that the experimental, unofficial, real-time ATCF is putting Noru at 190 miles per hour
Oh, gosh.
and a pressure of 895.
God.
That is the latest from the unofficial US Navy experimental, I've got to add as many caveats as I can, real-time data. That is quite staggering. I mean, quite extremely.
Yeah,
There's no pulling punches with that one. They're suggesting 190 miles per hour and a pressure of 895. We can't confirm that, and I doubt that's true, but we'll have to see what the JTWC come out with their proper update. And unfortunately, there's going to be a little bit of a wait until we get to that point.
Hopefully, the update will come out while we are still live, since we're going to be on here
Yeah,
for
we
about a
should.
couple hours or so.
They should.
Okay.
But let me see if I can talk myself into making some sort of estimate on the air here as I keep looking at this imagery. I can tell you right now that it's not as good as Goni. So that rules out 195 miles an hour or 200. So that's a starting point.
There's no way this storm is going to get to 200.
It's nowhere near as good as Goni. So I would suggest probably a maximum of 180 miles per hour. But I think it's going to be less than that. I would probably run 175 at the next update if it keeps going like this.
I think I'm going to go with 180 miles an hour because of the structure of the storm and how the cloud tops look near the center. But I guess we're going to wait for some changes in a couple hours.
That's pretty crazy. I wonder what our analyst team think of that. I know that they're lurking in the chat somewhere, but that is pretty crazy. I'm going to post that to them now. Some of them might get a fright. But that's just... I don't even know what to say about that, if that's true.
Yeah,
but right
I'm
now,
speechless as well.
What we have at the moment is 160 miles per hour pressure, 922 millibars, which is a shock enough for most people, I think. An extremely powerful storm that is still strengthening as it approaches the Philippine Islands. Signal 3 warnings are in effect for some of the eastern coast. Let me bring that signal warning map up, because I don't have it yet. I know that we saw it in the bottom corner a few moments ago, but we'll want to see it in a larger view. Sorry about this, I'm just trying to get this loaded and sorted. There we are, so there's the latest Pegasa warning signals, and I think that's just... yeah, that's updated there. When's that? That says a 5 AM. Well, it's updated since last time I saw it at any rate. So if you've not heard about this 5 AM update yet, well, we can show you there that Signal 3 warnings for the northern tip of Camarines Norte, for the Polillo Islands, for southern up to central Aurora, northern Quezon, northernmost Rizal, most of Bulacan, if not all. Nope, most of it. Eastern Nueva Ecija, and Signal 2 warnings for Catanduanes, northern Camarines Sur, the rest of Camarines Norte, almost the rest of Quezon. The western coast of Luzon from Batangas all the way up to La Union, and the eastern coast as far as southern Isabela. And Signal 1 warnings for large areas on either side of that, northern Mindoro and as far south as Sorsogon there. So the whole, almost the whole of Luzon is included in some form of warning right now. Still, I think they might be a little bit behind the curve, because this storm has been intensifying at such a rapid rate. It's got everyone playing catch up right now. Really staggering appearance on this. Let's go back to some of that other imagery. This one showing the visible shots. First visibles of the day. And unfortunately, I would have liked to have shown you other variations, but the satellite source that we usually use for this is only about half of the products are working. But this is the latest from GeoColor. A really formidable typhoon that has formed almost out of thin air. Just 12 hours ago, it was merely a tropical storm.
I think it was at like Category 1 like 12 hours ago, and
It was about to become one, according to JTWC at least.
yeah.
It is more 18 hours ago now, but that is an extreme intensification rate that we've seen here.
Switch some imageries here.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of satellite imagery sources that we have for the Western Pacific are out of action right now. I don't know why. Maybe someone in the know might be watching, but we got to make do with what we got. Let's see if we can get some comments right now, and feel free to ask questions about any current storm. We are trying to get some of Ian as well, of course, the significant tropical storm in the Caribbean Sea. So I'm going to definitely miss some questions here, but I'm going to try and get on as many as possible. Roni says, how many miles per hour did Noru go up since yesterday? Well, last night in the Philippines, which is 18 hours ago, or 12 hours ago, well, let's just call it simple. 18 hours ago, the storm had winds of around 65 miles per hour. So that has increased by around 100 miles per hour nearly in 18 hours. Joseph says, what do the different signal warnings mean? So these are the Pegasa warnings that have been issued, and I'll go through these. So let's go back to the Pegasa map just to show everyone once again the latest information that they've got. There's those signal 3 warnings. That means that they're expecting winds of greater than 89 kilometers per hour, that's around 55 miles per hour, up to 117 kilometers per hour, which is nearly 75, may be expected in at least 18 hours. Heavy damage to high-risk structures, moderate damage to medium-risk structures, light damage to low-risk structures. I mean, that's sort of stating the obvious, but okay. Increasing damage to old dilapidated residential structures and houses of light materials. Majority of all Nipa and Kogon houses may be unroofed or destroyed. Houses of medium-strength materials. Some warehouses or bodega type structures are unroofed. There may be widespread destruction of electrical power and communication services. Almost all banana plants downed. Some big trees, acacia, mango, broken or uprooted. Dwarf type or hybrid coconut trees tilted or downed. Rice and corn crops may suffer heavy losses. Damage to shrubbery and trees with foliage blown off. Some large trees blown down. The disturbance is dangerous to the communities threatened or affected. The sea and coastal waters will be very dangerous to all seacraft. Travel is very risky, especially by sea and air. People are advised to seek shelter in strong buildings, evacuate low-lying areas, and to stay away from the coasts and riverbanks. And watch out for the passage of the eye of the typhoon, indicated by a sudden occurrence of fair weather immediately after very bad weather, with strong winds coming generally from the north. This is information that is an underestimate. All out precautions and evacuations should be taking place ahead of this storm. Really, it is a category 5 with winds of 160 miles per hour sustained winds. That is approximately 260 kilometers per hour, I think, or nearly so. That's sustained winds with higher gusts, and all indications show that this storm is still intensifying. Unconfirmed reports from real-time Navy data that it could be as high as 190 miles per hour, although interesting to note that ADT is very much behind the curve because of constraints. At 125 miles per hour, it's intensified so fast that the satellite estimates aren't keeping up either. It's really crazy. More comments then. A comment there. Noru will make a catastrophic Category 4 landfall in Vietnam. I highly doubt. Every storm weakens after they move through the Philippines. Category 4 landfalls in Vietnam are extremely rare. I think only 1 or 2 have ever done it. George says, note that the first update from this storm from Pegasa and JTWC forecasted this a landfall at just depression intensity. Well, that's the kicker right there. And it's true. It was initially expected to be only a moderate range tropical storm when it was to make landfall. And here it is, the forecast blown to smithereens and a Category 5 landfall very much upon us. City Mace says, how bad will Ian impact LaBelle, Florida? Now, you'll have to pardon me for not knowing exactly where that is, so I'm going to have to find it. LaBelle, that is... okay, it's showing me somewhere in Nova Scotia, and that's obviously not true. There it is, I found it now. LaBelle, Florida, so in between Cape Coral and Lake Okeechobee, inland a little bit. I would say that the risk factor for you over there is starting to decrease a little, but if the storm starts to move east on that cone, then you might be put back into harm's way. I would definitely still take precautions. You shouldn't need to evacuate, but you can, we can't take chances. You're still just about within that cone, which means that the center of Tropical Storm Ian could still move over your house. But I expect from this you'll probably get tropical storm conditions, I would say. So we're showing a lot going on right now with multiple storms. It's difficult to stay on top of both of them at the same time, but we are definitely thinking about them both. Tropical Storm Ian, which is developing in the Caribbean Sea and is a more long-term threat to Florida, but the much more near-term threat now that's developed extremely quickly, Super Typhoon Noru, with winds of 160 miles per hour sustained, and that's around 260 kilometers per hour. Incredible rate of strengthening that happened earlier on, which has caught people by surprise. We hope that that is not as much the case as it perhaps could be. As people wake up this morning in the Philippines, they find that this storm could rake that whole eastern coast with super typhoon conditions, and we expect that that landfall will occur. We'll try and find exactly when the Pegasa are expecting the landfall to occur at about afternoon hours, or evening, afternoon, early evening. So we're still a good 12 hours away from that proposed landfall time.
Let's just switch things up here.
Let's see if we can get some more comments, and we'll try and get through as many as possible, although many require explanations, so I'm not sure how good a job I'm doing at that.
I'll try my best to answer your questions as well.
How fast is it currently moving, and what's the ETA for landfall? We sort of just went through that actually, but its current movement speed, that is a good question. Let me try and figure out a little bit of a motion here, and this will be very... Is he talking about
Ian or Noru?
I'm pretty sure it's Noru. So
movement is due west, I think, at like 14 or 15 miles an hour.
I've just done a quick spot check there, and in half an hour it has moved around 10 kilometers. So that will change. It's going to be changeable. These storms don't always move at a set speed every hour, but just a little quick indication there. It's moved 10 kilometers in the last half hour. What impacts in Maine from Fiona, and what damage has it already caused? What's the forecast for Fiona now for the next few days? Well, we can take a quick look at it. In fact, I'm not sure I've got any imagery left of it here. Let me have a look. There's Helene. Not Helene, I keep doing that. Hermine. There's Fiona, and you can still see its influences well and truly over your area. Maine also involved. I I've not been able to check honestly with damages or anything to that effect. Maybe some of our team might know, but it moved through in incredibly low pressure, as we know. Some of the probably the eastern part of Maine was certainly expected to get to around 2 or 3 inches of rain, or maybe 4. I imagine that will probably have happened, and I would expect that it was probably 4 to 6 inches across Atlantic Canada itself. A whole host of activity going on around the tropics at this time. There's Gaston, which is looking terrible once again off the Azores, and there is Tropical Storm Ian, which is what everyone is watching out for as it slowly heads towards the Yucatan Channel and then into the Gulf of Mexico and an eventual landfall probably in Florida. But keep watching very closely. Because that cone has been shifting quite a bit from the National Hurricane Center, and we could still see more deviations east and west. Whether it might go towards the other states to the west, people still watching that very closely, I guess. Louisiana folks in particular, who have been hit by storms year after year recently, probably very watchful. But at the moment it doesn't look like you're going to get affected by the storm. However, that track has shifted westwards a little bit, so certainly worth it to be aware. Our main feature though in these next hours is Typhoon Noru, which our estimate currently puts it at 160 miles per hour sustained winds. That is a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale.
And it's our third super typhoon of the season. And fun fact, we actually had 3 super typhoons in almost a month. I mean, we had Hinamnor like in late August, like it first formed on August 28th. And now over a month later, we're already at 3 super typhoons this year.
Well, you make it sound unusual, but honestly, it really isn't in some occasions in the Western Pacific. It is absolutely capable of stuff like this. Now, where the typhoons are is another matter, because we've seen Korea and Japan get absolutely, hit by those two other Category 5s, and now we've got this other one which is going to reach the Philippines. So all 3 of those Category 5s... Were they all Category 5s? I can't even remember now. All 3 of those super typhoons, at any rate, have all affected land. Some more comments here, and we're going to try and do our best at getting through some. LEK says, is Gainesville, Florida at risk from Ian? That's further north, and so I would say yes, absolutely. Anywhere that, if you were to happen to get the storm tracking over your location, even for any inland location in Florida, when it makes landfall and moves inland, if you are right underneath it, then you are in for possibly 20 inches of rain and, of course, hurricane force winds. What winds could Treasure Island, Florida, get from Ian? And I'm not sure where that is either. So forgive me for looking this one up as well. Oh, that's the one... Or is there a few? I'm sorry, there's a few Treasure Islands in Florida. You'll have to be more specific. There's one in Tampa Bay and there's one in... I'm guessing the Tampa Bay one. Or even one in... Oh man, there's so many places called Treasure Island. I assume you mean in the Tampa Bay area. And that is actually an area that could be very vulnerable to a storm surge or strong winds, so I would be extremely vigilant to watch out for where that might end up, because it's not looking great for you anywhere in that Tampa Bay area right now for the potential from this storm. Now, is this the best example of the Philippine Sea effect? I saw Goni, Kamuri and other storms, but this might be the worst one. I'm hearing this coined more and more often, the Philippine Sea effect. I mean, it is just that the Philippine Sea has so much oceanic heat content, so warm sea surface temperatures, it's just a fact of geography, really. And so
very little dry air and low wind shear as well.
those are your main things. It can happen almost anywhere in the tropical zones that these signals can align. Some places are more common than others, of course. After all, the pretty much the tropical cyclone capital of the world here is the east coast of Luzon, an area just off the coast, not far from where the storm is right now, but a little bit further north, is the epicenter of storm activity on average in the entire world. So it's no surprise that we see systems like this, but it is a surprise at just how this storm has managed to reach this status when once again we were watching it last night when it only had, or was only just about to become a Category 1, and let's just state this again, it is now a Category 5 and could become even stronger before making landfall in eastern Luzon.
Let's see if we got any more questions here.
I'm sure we do.
There's some more questions. What is the storm surge potential for Tampa Bay if Ian hits at peak? Says Low Better 21. I am not entirely sure.
Over 10 feet.
Probably, yeah, I'm going to say 10 feet.
Over 10 feet. And that's probably being a little bit lenient as well. If it's going to be a Category 4 by the time it gets there, then you could be looking at 15, maybe even pushing 20 feet. Worst case scenario. But I would say 10 feet right now. But still very uncertain as to what will happen with Ian. That cone is still quite large when you look at it. It almost encompasses the whole of Florida. So impacts could vary wildly. If you've just joined us, the main feature today is Typhoon Noru, which is a Category 5 on the Saffir-Simpson scale and has popped out from almost nothing in the last 24 hours as we look at some more infrared satellite imagery with its extreme appearance, extremely high cloud tops pushing the high -70s in all quadrants. The south side is just a little bit weaker than the rest of it, but still it is well into the -70s, and when people in the meteorological community hear things like that, then they know that we're dealing with a very powerful storm, especially when you've got a circular, almost symmetric eye, beautiful symmetry in it, and an extremely warm eye temperature, of which I've not been able to calculate just yet, but I can tell you it is pretty warm. Must be into the teens temperatures above freezing, and that would indicate those vital signs right there would typically also indicate a Category 5. But the way its structure is, possibly even stronger. Let me check in with the Navy estimates and
see if there's
the
any
latest
change.
estimate from this. From the experimental, this isn't official, but they are suggesting now 195 miles per hour and a pressure of 891.
You have got to be joking.
I'm just relaying
speechless.
that raw data. It isn't confirmed, polished data, but that is what the real-time data is going with.
I highly doubt that estimate. And I honestly wonder what the JTWC's next update is going to be on this system, since I think it's still going to strengthen, which I know it will, before it reaches landfall in southeastern Luzon.
Just the fact that that could be true, though, and that they might go with that in the next update.
There's still some pretty deep water right by the coast of southeastern Luzon, excuse me. And it could lead to some more fast intensification, just like it did in the past, 12 to 18 hours.
It's extraordinary.
We're at this time of year in the tropics, and And also, I honestly have something kind of fascinating to tell you about Ian, and I think this is probably one of the reasons why it's gonna shift to the northeast when it makes landfall in Florida. I have the satellite imagery up.
Oh, just a moment. Let me try and get that here. You don't have it. Oh, there it is. What's going on here? It's showing that nothing's showing anything, but
Oh,
it
wait.
is.
Right, there we go. So
Yep.
here's Ian right now. It's in the. It's. I think it's starting to still organize, but you guys can see right here this upper level trough and this upper weather pattern right here. It's going to bring a cold front to the U.S. and it's going to be basically like a shield. And as when Ian crosses into the Gulf, it's going to pretty much like a shield. It's going to push Ian into the North Atlantic, and that's going to be good news for myself and for like all the residents in these states right here. But there's this big plume of dry air, and I'm kind of wondering if it's going to prevent it from and not like actually explosively intensifying. But it's still going to intensify at a pretty substantial rate. It's still predicting a Category 4 at peak, but that's going to change.
Interesting. And you can see in there right now. Do you want to give us just a little bit of your thoughts on its current appearance? Well, there's Noru.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I just wanted your brief thought on what you think of Ian's appearance right now.
It's pretty decent right now. I mean, it's still kind of battling some dry air and wind shear, as you guys can see right here. There's a bit of dry air to the northwest, but it's still trying to get itself together. I mean, it's getting ready to get into like very deep water in the northwestern Caribbean, but we're still gonna focus on this system right now, and we're gonna keep watching it closely. But it's still pretty decent, and I know it's gonna get itself together. It's still going to be a pretty massive storm when it reaches its peak, and hopefully all the people in Florida, especially in Cuba, like right here, that's going to be pretty much affected. They need to start doing their preparations because it's going to be a pretty devastating storm, especially for the residents in Florida that is in the cone.
Yep, absolutely. We are inundated with comments right now. We're doing our best at the moment. There's so much discussion going on. There, you just saw a real close-up of the storm. Look at that. That is quite extraordinary, and this is just barreling down towards, and a little bit of a southward extent to that motion. It's not fully west. It's got a slight southerly turn to it, so it is still a really serious risk as it approaches Polillo Island and then onto the coast of southern Aurora, northern Quezon, and possibly towards the Metro Manila area. Any possibility for Noru to undergo an eyewall replacement cycle within the next 12 hours? Maybe, but I'm not sure.
I mean,
it
has quite a small eye, though. It has quite a small eye, though.
I don't know if you would notice one. George says there are still no reports of evacuation and no SMS emergency warnings from Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. So that's a concern, to put it lightly. Anyone who is on Polillo Island, I mean, you need to get to some sort of fortified building that can withstand a Category 5 typhoon, because they're going to get absolutely slammed. The east coast of Luzon, Aurora, and northern Quezon. Well, if you're in anything that can't withstand a severe typhoon, then get out whilst you still have a couple of hours to get to some more substantial shelter, because this is from 0 to 100 in 24 hours. This is the real deal right now, bearing down on this entire area. We're now also joined by Patrick. Welcome aboard. And which storm do you want to talk about first?
I wanted to talk about Noru,
Yep.
and I am in absolute shock. This thing has jumped from a mere 45-mile-an-hour storm to now a 160-mile-an-hour catastrophic threat for whatever island is there for the areas of like Manila, Baguio, Vigan, and Apari. Honestly, given the fact that we have a pinhole eye, I would expect this storm to strengthen even further, as per the latest JTWC cone. They are forecasting, and I have to do my conversions here real quick. They are forecasting a 145 knot peak right before landfall, which in my calculations is almost 170 miles an hour. That is something that I'm shocked about. It has been strengthening and organizing in a very volatile environment. I would imagine sea surface temperatures are extremely warm up there. And honestly, this thing still has a very it has a small window, but a very decent window to keep on strengthening further. And I to recount on the fact of evacuations, I have no idea why they're not there yet. It's time to go. You need to rush your preparations to completion if you are within the path of a future landfall. And that's basically it. And now also I will quickly go about Ian real quick, just before we move on to something else. I am very concerned with Ian. For two reasons. Although it is battling a little bit of dry air at this time, it is battling a little bit of shear as well. However, this thing is going to jump in intensity over the next couple of days. It could reach major hurricane status by the time it reaches Cuba, based off the latest NHC advisory. And apparently, from what I've been seeing from the latest NHC advisory, they are forecasting a Category 4 in the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. And honestly, I am not surprised by that whatsoever. Yep. And I would honestly, given the fact that what we have right now, we have a large, widespread area of a lot of ocean heat content and over 30 degrees surface temperatures. I think NHC could actually go a bit higher than 130 in their forecast in the next couple of days. I would not be surprised. And Florida was also just recently put under a state of emergency, now the entire state. So They are definitely getting prepared for the storm.
Yeah, one of my friends who lives in Florida just messaged me that last night, actually.
Yeah, the entire state of Florida needs to be prepared for the storm, as no matter where you are in the state of Florida at this rate, given the fact that the cone is so large, the entire state of Florida, at least a good chunk of it, is going to experience some impacts from potentially major Hurricane Ian along the line. And I'm very concerned with Ian and extremely concerned with Noru, given the fact that it jumped so much in 24 hours, just like Ian is going to jump so much within the next 3 days.
Major impacts expected on opposite sides of the world. We'll pick up that conversation again in a moment. We're taking a short break here. Don't go away. We'll have a lot more discussion still yet to come as we continue to track Tropical Storm Ian, but much more importantly at this juncture, Typhoon Noru. Category 5 if you're just waking up in the Philippines. An extremely dangerous storm is on the way. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. What you're looking at right now might be a bit of a shock if you're just waking up in the Philippines. Last night the sun set on a tropical storm that was just becoming a Typhoon Noru. Was just reaching Category 1 status, and the Philippines, Luzon, central Luzon, was bracing for maybe a Category 1 landfall. Right now it is a Category 5 with winds of 160 miles per hour sustained. That's around 260 kilometers per hour. And an estimated central pressure of 922. Unofficial sources from the US Navy, their experimental automated system, is currently suggesting winds of 195 miles per hour and a pressure of 891 millibars. Probably not true, but it may well be stronger than the 160 miles per hour that we're currently going with. Agencies are slow to catch up on this because already it's getting close to land, as you can quite clearly see. Signal 3 warnings in effect from Pagasa, but Signal 3 warnings are only issued for storms of up to Category 1 strength. So we need a lot more than Signal 3 warnings if we're correctly going to forecast this tropical storm landfall or prepare for it. And preparations need to be completed right now if you're in the path of this storm. Polillo Island and the central part of Luzon, particularly southern Aurora province and northern Quezon. It's also dangerously close to passing near Manila, the Metro Manila region, and a jog to the south would put it in direct harm from major typhoon conditions in a matter of hours. This is an extreme situation right now, with this typhoon surprising everyone, I think. Just a few days ago, the agencies were suggesting that this would be a tropical storm moving through the area. And when you look at it now, it cannot be understated. Or overstated, I should say. It cannot be overstated the strength of this storm. Extremely powerful Category 5 with sustained winds of 160 miles per hour and a pressure of 922 millibars, on a par pretty much with Typhoon Rai last year. On top of that, we have several other tropical cyclones active around the world, and so unfortunately, in a way, we have to sort of split coverage because a lot of people also want to know about Tropical Storm Ian and its forecast. It is still a tropical storm headed for Florida eventually and will clip the western coast of Cuba as a major hurricane. It is expected itself to become a Category 4 storm on the forecast before striking maybe the Big Bend region of Florida on Thursday. We're covering both systems as well as we can, with more emphasis on Noru, of course, as the landfall is much closer. Look at that visible imagery that we've got in the early hours of this morning. And it is perplexing to see how this storm has transformed itself over such a short period of time. We will try to take on as many questions as possible, although it has become quite difficult to do so, as a lot of them require explanations, but we'll do our best. Sammy right now, what are the chances Ian pulls a Michael or Charlie? Well, a Michael I would say no to. The conditions aren't quite there later on in its life, right up the coast. a Charlie is becoming less likely. It's moving a little bit further along. But given its current position right now, it is still quite far south. So another analog that might come into play is the 1921 Tampa Bay hurricane, which takes a little bit of a similar track there. Could be another one to think about. But as to really good analogs for this, I don't really think there is one per se. It's probably going to move west of where Charlie went. It's much more curved than Michael was. So I'd say probably the best analog now is that 1921 hurricane that probably no one really remembers, but it really whacked the Tampa Bay area, and if it happened today, if that storm happened today, I think it would have been a really big disaster. So let's hope not. Questions about whether we're going to do landfall coverage on Ian? Of course we will. We'll be right here. And if you look at our channel on YouTube on Force 13, you can check out all of our videos as well as our live events. We do scheduled video updates as well in short form, which are usually much more well, obviously people prefer live streams when the event is going on, but a lot of people also prefer the short form videos too. You get a lot more information packed in, but here we are nonetheless. And you can also find our postings on social media. Search Force 13 across Facebook and Twitter. I think we might be simulcasting on Facebook right now as well. I know that was the plan, so hello to all of you there as well. And let's now go back to the warning map for the Philippines and take a look once again at where those warnings currently are. So this is the latest from 5 AM. Just check for an update. Nope, I didn't think there would be. And you can see there the signal 3 warnings in effect for Polillo and significant parts of eastern Luzon in orange, signal 2 in yellow, and signal 1 in blue. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy, taking you through this coverage over the next few hours. You only get a fleeting glance at me, and I'm joined by my team once again for another hour of discussion. Patrick, I forgot what you wanted me to call you, AWX I think it was, and Lucas, hello and welcome again to this stream. And things have gotten very serious very quickly with Noru, Philippine named Karding, of course.
Indeed, it has been. I mean, like I said, it still has some time to strengthen just a little bit more before it makes landfall in southeastern Luzon. I mean, it's still a devastating storm. Minus 70s, a clear, symmetric eye. I hope everybody needs to start preparing in the Philippines because this is such a dangerous and life-threatening storm.
Latest real-time ATCF has come out with another one. Once again, this is not official at all. It may not even be accurate, but this indication is now showing 198 miles per hour and a pressure of 889 millibars.
Ridiculous.
It is getting a bit ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
Can almost guarantee that the storm is not as strong as that. I don't.
I doubt.
They're
gonna
have to fix that later on, but I'm not sure what they'll fix it to, because clearly the storm has strengthened quite a bit, and whether they'll just go with 160 miles per hour or more, maybe 175. There's a cause to call it that. I'd potentially agree with a 175. Just want to point out though, in those later frames, that the minus 80s
what was that?
It was a ding, I think. Minus 80s have disappeared actually. Some of those pink areas, minus 80 cloud tops, the highest, they've disappeared. So just minus 70s right now. I don't know if it's that the eye is getting even deeper, or whether there might just be one or two little little rumblings in that eye wall that might be causing that.
Probably little fluctuations. I kind of makes me think that it's starting to go into an eye wall replacement cycle.
Maybe. Can't quite tell yet. Although radar would tell you. I can't show that at the moment, but do you guys have the Philippine radar? Let me try one of my usual sources actually and see whether...
Yeah, there used to be some blacks in the later frames in the infrared, but it's starting to become a lot like darker red.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I do have radar actually, and it's a pretty good one. I should have shown this much sooner, clearly. I didn't know this was available to me. Let me show you some live radar here. Just get it ready. And here it is. Latest Philippine radar. I don't know what happened in that last frame. Oh, that's actually a forecast. Those last two frames there are future casts. Clearly doesn't resolve the storm quite well. But the ones where the eye is clear, that's actually happening. And it's pretty clear on that satellite on that radar imagery there that there is no eye wall replacement cycle, and in fact the eye wall is getting more emboldened with a huge wall of red circle all the way around the eye. That is extremely impressive.
Also, I just realized that we need to start taking out some questions again, because I'm currently looking at the chat and I'm trying to look at some questions that you guys have honestly.
Go ahead.
Sammy says, how many hours until the next JTWC update?
45 minutes.
Huh?
45 minutes until the next JTWC advisory. They update at 0D, which would be 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central. So we are patiently awaiting for the next JTWC advisory.
We're going to find out if this storm has strengthened a little bit more or has maintained intensity.
Well, no, the JTWC info will be a bit later. It's the National Hurricane Center that will update at the end of the hour.
Yeah.
Also, in a few minutes, in about 5 or 10 minutes, we'll be able to show you the latest model runs for around the world. So stay tuned for that. We'll have our live look at what the 18Z GFS is throwing out. But even, I'm not sure there was any model run that predicted this from Noru right now.
I think it just had to do with the explosive intensification that we saw with the extremely volatile environment with like little to no shear and extreme sea surface temperatures. So yeah, this was definitely not forecasted.
There it is in relation to Metro Manila right now. Once again, those last two frames are a little bit blockier because it's future cast. It's not actually current. That's what it expects 10-20 minutes in the future. It's amazing what we have now. So once again, that radar suggests to me that the eye is consolidating and not replacing.
Let's see if there's any more questions that we didn't answer yet. Elect said, what does it mean when the eye is deepening?
Well, if you're going to use the word right, it usually means deepening in terms of pressure, getting towards a lower air pressure in the center. Joshua Perez, thank you very much for your support this morning. Saying typhoons are absolutely more insane than hurricanes. Remember Haiyan, Mike, and Surigay of 2021. Absolutely. Typhoons are, on average, the strongest storms that happen worldwide. The most intense storm ever is Typhoon Tip, which occurred way out in the open waters in October 1979 with a pressure of 870 millibars. And
happens to be the largest tropical cyclone worldwide, spanning 1,500 miles.
That record's actually under threat, you know, because some other old typhoon discoveries, it depends how you measure it. If you go by closed isobars, there's a couple that actually beat Tip.
Didn't know about that. I thought but the pressure record still hasn't been broken.
Oh, absolutely. Let's get some more questions. When will landfall be in Central? I assume you mean Central Time? We're looking at this right now. I would expect landfall on the main island of Luzon at about, I think we were looking at something like 8 p.m. Philippine time, although maybe a little bit earlier. And here's a trick to convert Philippine time to US time, at least if you're on the East Coast right now in Eastern Daylight Time. It's 12 hours difference, so it's literally the same, but flipped around. So -1 and you'll get Central Time there.
Reaper says, was this stronger than Hinamnor? I honestly 110% agree, because I think in the next update it's going to be a lot stronger than Hinamnor. Since Hinamnor was only 160 and its pressure was, I think, in the 920s when it was at its peak.
Who knows what we're looking at in terms of pressure now. And a moment of lovely, our chat mod. Thank you also for your message and thanking us for the coverage. Well, we've only just started yet, so there's a lot more still to do here. But this is a major typhoon and is expected to be a massive impact. Once again, it's baffling to see how this storm has managed to intensify as much as it has. If you recall, yesterday, 24 hours ago, it was a mere tropical storm. 12 hours ago, it was reaching Category 1. And since then, it has just gone absolutely crazy and is now a Category 5 storm at 160 miles per hour or higher. It is possibly still getting stronger.
We're still awaiting the next update from the JTWC.
Or, yeah, well, that'll be a while yet.
Yeah, it's still going to be a while.
So,
Bash Bandicoot,
oh,
thank you for another dono, £2. Worst case landfall intensity for Noru.
well, right now, it looks like maybe it's peaking. Fingers crossed. Maybe it's peaking right now. Having said that, it's probably more than 160 miles per hour at the moment, if we're being honest. So I'd say a worst case would be a 175 mile an hour landfall, if you ask me. How will Gulf Breeze, Florida be affected by the tropical cyclone Ian? Gulf Breeze, if I remember right, is further up the coast, I think near Pensacola area?
Gulf Breeze is going to be in Santa Rosa County, Florida. Yes, up near Pensacola.
So that area, you can't be fully sure that the storm is not going to head to your backyard yet, particularly since that cone is shifting west a little bit. I would still say that you're not going to get the storm, but you just want to keep watching in case things change. Just want to point out, the National Hurricane Center, whilst they will be doing an update on this storm in 40 minutes or less, they are only it's an intermediate advisory, not a full one, so they'll only be updating the position and potentially the winds. The forecast will not get an update until the 11 p.m. advisory.
Actually, the latest GFS run does show that it does shift farther towards the Pensacola region.
Wow,
so,
really?
Yeah. So once we will be able to show the models here in a little bit, I have GFS, CMC, and HMOM ready to go.
We're going to show my GFS graphics in just a couple of minutes, and then we'll look at the other models on your screen. Is that all right?
Sure, I'll just pull up a couple models here real quick.
Yep, I'm just going to get mine loaded up as well to present to everyone in a few moments' time. In the meantime, let's get a few questions. Could Noru be labelled as the quickest explosive intensifying tropical cyclone on record? Some of our analyst teams suggesting, I think, that it's the 5th fastest. So that's apparently what they're saying, so that gives you an idea of where it might rank. Certainly very, very high up when you consider all the storms we've had on record, which is like, there were probably at about 15,000 storms now that we've had since records began, and this is possibly in the top 5, so that just goes to show one thing. how rare that is. An eye temperature question. I haven't been able to establish that yet.
Let me see.
A bit of a guess is that it's probably in the teens, but maybe towards, yeah, looking at it, it's probably around 15 degrees Celsius, just eyeballing it. I'm used to seeing these colours so often that I can sort of do an educated guess there. Another comment asking whether the intensity and track could be similar to Typhoon Goni. Well, that's impossible at this point, because you can see there it's passing Catanduanes on the, well, to the north. So it's missed that area, and it's moving westwards in parallel with the coast there now. And it shouldn't get as strong as Goni either.
Nathan, I actually just found a higher eye temperature than you honestly predicted.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a little bit higher. What is it?
20 degrees.
20 degrees. That's pretty impressive. I was looking at slightly old images as well. So what was it, maybe 30 minutes ago? Do we have that?
I think it is.
Oh, I mean, 30 minutes before that. Do you know what it might have been then?
Actually, I didn't check it. I didn't check it like 30 minutes ago.
Be nice to see if we can see whether it's going up or down.
Let me just rewind it just a little bit.
Joshua says, do you think Ian will intensify quickly?
22.
I mean, it's coming. It's coming.
Ian is forecast to rapidly intensify within the next 72 hours, and could get all the way up to Category 4, possibly exceeding that, but we'll have to see what goes down with that. But Ian is explicitly stated by the NHC expected to rapidly intensify to an extreme extent almost.
Ian, I think, might start tomorrow. We'll have a look very closely as to how much it intensifies tomorrow.
Actually, the highest temperature was still 20 degrees the past 30 minutes, so it's been pretty much the same the past half hour. So,
well, that's even more evidence that it's stronger. It's just,
I know it's still intensifying.
This is getting crazy. The experimental ATCF now, once again, it is not confirmed. It's not official. It is just an experimental tool. Is now suggesting that Noru is 200 miles per hour and a pressure of 887 millibars.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. Absolutely intense.
But since you've highlighted that 20-degree eye, then you look at those cloud tops still in the mid-minus 70s, I think is grounds at least for 175 miles per hour, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's got to be there. If not, possibly just a little bit higher than 1.
Either way, Category 5, really insane potential impacts from this storm now.
Just a picture-perfect structure.
High populations involved as well as it approaches. It looks like Manila is probably definitely going to get tropical storm force winds, but a deviation to the south could make things a whole lot worse. We've got to watch that really closely. A question there saying that we probably can't answer this with confidence, but the GFS 4 to 5 days ago said that this would explosively intensify, not nearly as much as it did, but then 2 to 3 days ago, I'm guessing you're meant to say it stopped. So I can't remember that run, if it said that they would explosively intensify. I don't recall. Oh no, it did have a strong storm moving into the Philippines, yes. There was no explosive intensification. There was gradual, maybe rapid at times, but certainly nothing like this. So, well, maybe we'll have to look back at some of those old GFS runs, but then they turned it right down, and now we're back up again. Just a really extraordinary storm, no matter what.
Indeed, this is extraordinary.
Alright, let's go and take a look at the GFS models. Oh, it's still not loaded for me. Crumbs. Never mind, we'll take a few more questions. What are the chances of... oh dear. Chance of Noru getting retired, let's not talk about that.
Oh, please don't start with that. It's
Is
too
there
early.
mandatory evacuation out the storm's way in the Philippines? I've no idea. I'm sure people on the ground might know. There should be, if you ask me. Definitely. How big is the eye? That's a
Probably
question
about...
we've not addressed
I'm going to
yet.
say... My biggest guess is I think it's close to, like, probably 9 or 10 miles.
I think it's a little bit more than that. About 15 is what I have here.
Yeah, that was... I think so. I actually have the GFS up.
Before we go and look at the models, once again, radar imagery here of the storm, showing how it's progressed there, and an extremely well-defined eye on radar. Might have
Absolutely.
Let's go to the North Atlantic first.
hold on a minute. I'm just trying to see if there's any new images on that radar. I don't think so. Right then, let's take a look at our beautiful models. So here is what's left of Fiona, which is piling through the Atlantic Canada region. Let's just get some wind estimates there. Initializes the storm at 73 miles an hour, nearly hurricane strength. Of course, it's not tropical anymore. And Gaston over there on the right-hand side with 50 mile an hour winds. What happens to Fiona? Well, its energy really gets moved up towards the east coast of Labrador, towards Greenland, and then it dies off very quickly. Gaston there, that's actually strengthens a little bit there, tries to, and then dies. And then for Hermine, very short life left for it now, and potentially another area of interest that possibly develops here in the central Atlantic, maybe even much later on in the model run rather than early on. That'll be one to track for a little bit. But of course the main thing is Ian. So GFS initializes it very weak. And then this is what happens to it. Hurricane force, major hurricane, category 4 there on the west coast of Cuba, just off the tip. And let's see, look at that massive shift westwards. That is headed very close to the Pensacola area now, and actually the same area that Panama City where Michael hit. Oh
yeah,
my
Michael.
Lord.
I was thinking about Michael.
So that is a real turn up for the books on the latest GFS model run, trending westwards again. Category 4. Difference is, though, unlike Michael, where it had good conditions all the way to landfall, GFS is still thinking that rapid weakening will begin prior to landfall, and as a matter of fact, it's barely a hurricane by the time it does make landfall, so fingers crossed for that. But that's some news there on the GFS. Massive shift westwards. Whether that happens or not, that's still a big question mark, but expect the National Hurricane Center cone to move west as well.
The GFS predicts Ian's peak pressure to be 930 millibars and still move to the north and probably make landfall at the same place where Michael did.
I do have a bunch of models up on my screen, Nathan, as well, like the WF, CMC, HMON, H-Word, Icon, and a bunch of other stuff.
I have several.
We'll go to all those in a minute. I just want to show all these GFS ones first, whilst I've got the graphics here. So there's Newton dying off very quickly in the Eastern Pacific. Let's go to the West Pacific. It's still behind the curve when it's initializing. Noru only initializes it with 125 miles per hour winds. To be honest, that's not that bad considering how fast it has strengthened. And it calls for landfall to occur there, very close to, well, that's in Aurora province, and they expect that landfall will occur, according to the GFS model, that is at about, Trying to figure that out. Midnight tonight. So quite a delayed, slow movement before it gets there, according to the GFS. Pegasa have it making landfall a little bit quicker. What happens on the other side? Probably not really worth looking at, really, considering how wrong it's going to be. It's probably going to be much stronger than this. Even so, it takes the storm into Vietnam as a typhoon, possibly Category 2. Goodness me. Well, also, another area of interest out there in the Western Pacific becomes a storm, a very disorganized one, and then moves off northeastwards, going past Japan. And in the long range, another system forming in the South China Sea near the western coast of Luzon, and then intensifying into the Gulf of Tonkin. So that is longer range, but also something to look out for. But really, the models won't tell us very much at all regarding Typhoon Noru. But the main takeaway from that GFS is what a change for Ian. Now forecasting a much further west track and landfall near Mexico, not Mexico Beach, but Panama City. Mexico Beach on the mind for Michael, of course. So, big change. Let's see what the other forecasts say, and we'll look at Patrick's screen. What have we got?
Alrighty, so I'm going to start with the Euro model here, as it does actually show a more of an eastward shift. I'm gonna play through the run here, not try to pull a sounding. Okay, here we go. As you can see, it is going to be once again rapidly strengthening. Makes landfall in Cuba as just only a 985, but then as you can see, rapidly intensifies, paralleling Tampa as a 953, potentially making landfall in Tampa as a very strong, potentially major hurricane, and then parallel the Florida Gulf Coast, and then weaken, and then, interestingly enough, move up into the Kentucky region, and then move straight over the Northeast and New England. Here's the H-Worth model, and Nathan, get ready for this. As you can see, rapidly intensifies. Actually, rapidly intensifies all the way up to a 937 as it passes just to the west of Cuba. And I only have 84 hours of the run, so I will not be able to show you, but definitely over Category 4 strength. Taking a look at the icon model here, we'll see what it decides to show us. Shows a 983 landfall in Cuba, rapidly intensifying all the way down to a 961 as it makes landfall near the Fort Myers area, and then just sits over southern Florida for a few days before
Good
I will
lord.
soon move out to the east, stay away from any mainland U.S. HMON only goes out 78 hours, but we're still going to look at it anyway. As you can see, rapidly intensifies, potentially makes landfall on the extreme southern fringe, or western fringe, not my bad. Western fringe of Cuba, and then strengthens
Category
further
4.
all the way up to 35, Category 4. And then finally, to look at the CMC model.
Did you
the
say
last model,
135 knots just then?
935 pressure.
Category 5, oh my goodness. That's what the H1 was
935.
showing.
HMON is showing 935 pressure.
Yeah, but I just saw that wind there. It was showing 145 knots.
H-Worth is showing a 929, which would be, or 925, which is actually closer to Category 5 strength. However, CMC does actually have a interesting play on Ian's strength.
My.
Actually, it only at bare minimum hurricane strength, which is surprising.
No, it's not. The CMC doesn't do well with strength.
However, I can point out, based on my observation, all of the long-range models are indicating that the Northeast and New England, Mid Atlantic area are going to get some impacts from the potential remnants of Ian. So, given this, I would say if you are within these regions of the Mid Atlantic and coastal Northeast, I would monitor the progress of this storm over the next several days, and we'll continue to look at the models over the next week or so. However, given model consistency, I would say that impacts up north are starting to become possible.
Long way to go. National Hurricane
Long
Center
way to go.
update is out on Gaston because they're still doing intermediate advisories on that one as well. There's tropical storm warnings still in effect for Flores and Corvo in the western Azores. 40 miles per hour and a pressure of 1002. We'll hopefully be getting an update on Ian fairly shortly from the NHC. I doubt they'll change very much, but we shall see. Let's go back to Lucas's screen showing us another satellite perspective of Typhoon Noru right now.
Yeah, it's amazing on satellite. I mean, still punching that minus 70s and still that symmetric eye. It's still incredible.
Let's try and get some more questions again. How big could Ian's wind field get?
We can't determine that at this time, unfortunately.
I don't think it will ever get huge. Bigger than Charlie, of course. But I think it will be a... I don't know. It is hard to tell, actually. It's not the smallest storm we've ever seen out there in the Caribbean right now. But certainly it'll be big enough that we're obviously concerned that anywhere along the western coast of Florida could receive the worst conditions from the storm, such as the lack of confidence in the actual forecast track. So we are at a period of difficulty in trying to figure that out. Let's see what else we have right now. How come Ian will weaken before landfall? The models are all, well, I don't know if they're all suggesting it, but GFS was that wind shear would rise before landfall. That's
Wind
the
shear
main thing.
Yeah, wind shear would come down from the trough that's going to be ejecting southward from the north end. With that, high shear is going to basically grab Ian and take it away and weaken it. However, with that, as I mentioned previously, not just a couple minutes ago, although this is still long range, we'll have to see what goes down with what happens with regions farther north.
How far is Typhoon Noru now from landfall? Was a comment that we had earlier. From Polillo Island, it is 184 kilometers. From Infanta, it is 220 kilometers, and from Metro Manila, 299. Craig Figg says, after Ian, are there currently any interests that could affect the same areas? We saw in the models there, no, not really.
I did check on previous models yesterday that there could be another system in the Atlantic near the Caribbean within the next 2 weeks by as long range. The latest models have shown absolutely nothing. And that invest or previous invest off the near the main development region, unfortunately that storm is basically being overtaken by a lot of dry air and shear. So unfortunately, we will see that disturbance dropped off the list of current areas of interest within.
You say
The
it's
next,
unfortunate. I'm happy about that.
oh well, I'm saying unfortunate for the storm to do anything.
Sure. Another comment there. What's the likelihood that Ian goes the same way as Marco did? Well, Marco did an infamous, complete implosion when it was moving through into the Gulf. I wish we could say that for Ian. Unfortunately, though, that's not really going to be the case. Marco was... it was a much more complex situation, and it was probably killed off really by Laura. But Ian doesn't have any competition, so it will enter the Gulf, I think, quite smoothly as a major hurricane, as the National Hurricane Center is currently predicting. Pamela says, what should I expect here in North Florida? So you're generally still beyond the 5-day point, unless it goes quicker than expected, of course. So it is still very early to tell what exactly you might receive from this storm, and of course where exactly in northern Florida you are. If you're near the east coast, then conditions will obviously won't get as bad, but anywhere along the west coast I would still advise that tropical storm conditions or worse are likely, and that you should prepare for at least that. Another comment there also with Gaston, is there any chance that it could head further south and intensify again? I did consider it for a brief moment, but no, it really won't. It's gonna get killed off pretty soon. A Moment of Lovely, thank you once again for your support, says, starting to see the first different cloud level in southern Taguig. High upper level clouds look like a white carpet below some darker clusters. That's pretty much what you're expecting to see there right now. Let's take a look back at that close-up imagery and the other imagery that we had. We can find it again, or it's just, I think, loading in a new set of images here. In the meantime, you can see what it looks like there on that geocolor imagery. Extremely impressive. Those of you who may have just joined us, who are waking up in the Philippines this morning, 160 mile per hour category 5. We're just as surprised as you are. A category 1 it was in the evening last night, rapidly, explosively intensified, and is now a category 5 with at least 160 miles per hour winds. That's around 260 kilometers per hour sustained, and a central pressure of around 922. We'll be waiting to hear from our team whether they'll be going with an updated wind estimate on that. I imagine they will be bumping it up a little bit, so I'll await their comment. But I think it would be a wise move to upgrade it to somewhere around 175.
If it's higher than 175, I'll definitely be surprised.
I will not be, I actually will be surprised if it goes over 175, but to be honest, although it does have a small window, I definitely think this storm is still extremely intense, regardless of what the future forecasts are. Future predictions, let's say.
Yeah.
Still waiting for
Let's
the
see if there's any more
advisory.
questions here.
Still waiting for the advisory on Tropical Storm Ian. My personal opinion is that they are going to stick with 45 miles an hour, potentially maybe a little bit higher, maybe 50 miles an hour. However, I don't think we will see any significant change to the current strength, but future strength potentially. And to basically reiterate, hurricane warnings are in effect for portions of the Cayman Islands, and a tropical storm watch is also in effect for areas east of the Cayman Islands. I have to figure out what island that is.
Cayman Brac.
Okay.
Little Cayman and Cayman Brac.
Somebody said the
I
next
think.
advisory on Ian is at 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Yep, it is.
Yep.
And it's due any moment.
like less than 15 minutes, like when we go on, I think, our next break, I think.
Usually they end up being a little bit early. We've come to expect that, but they don't have to. It might be on the hour. Is there any recon in the storm that they might be waiting for?
There is
Wonder-
recon. There is recon. I think there is recon. I know mission 5 is. Yep, there is current recon in Ian.
So there you go.
Not recon is currently observing 40 knot winds in the in the convection bands, which is interesting. Not in the center, and yeah, so that is very interesting. However, recon is only indicating 40 knot winds as its strongest wind fields right now. So I would assume they're going to NHC is going to stick with 45 knots unless.
I
Unless
mean,
if
it
I have my
doesn't look that
conversion-
great on satellite imagery. Still.
No, it does not. However, it does appear that it is starting to organize a little bit better. It does appear to have a better circulation, but it does still look a bit disheveled, which I would assume why they're keeping it at 45 right now.
Let's get some more comments. Warrior X says, what does the JMA have Noru at? Oh goodness.
What does the
I'm
JMA
worried
have?
I'm worried to find out.
Breaking news! Breaking news! Tropical Storm Ian 8 p.m. advisory is out. They are. NOAA Hurricane Hunter surveillance jet finds Ian still organizing over the Central Caribbean Sea. Maximum sustained winds of 45 miles an hour. Minimum central pressure of 1,002 millibars. So, I am going to be waiting for the cone or intensity cone to update here. But 8 p.m. advisory is out.
So, despite you going out with that big breaking news proclamation, there's really no changes with the storm right now.
Yeah, I mean, still it is still a developing story from the National Hurricane Center regardless.
So let's answer that question about the Japan Meteorological Agency. They're going with 120 miles per hour right now. So
That is
that's pretty incorrect at this point.
I 110% agree. They should be much stronger.
But they always go low. Now then,
I wonder why.
does Bulacan have some chances of getting Category 1 force winds, asks Justine. Let me remind myself of exactly where that is. I think I know, actually. And I would suggest that the answer is probably yes, that it would be very likely at that location. Let me just bring up the signal warnings again. And I believe these will change for 8 AM soon. But you look at Bulacan there, signal 3 warnings. So, and that's lowballing it as far as I'm concerned with Pegasa. So I would say pretty much you're guaranteed almost for typhoon force winds. How many inches of rain will the capital get? Alright, we didn't look at the rainfall estimates from the GFS model, so let's have a look now. And once again, this might be behind the curve in terms of catching up with the forecast, because the storm's much stronger than the GFS thought it would be. But here is what it's saying right now. I would say that all of these values will probably be exceeded at these locations. So let's plot a few points here. Look, high amounts, 11, 12 inches, way higher amounts than what we were looking at in previous model runs. We can't really see the land properly there, so we'll just turn off that graphic in a minute after I plotted out all of the numbers. Out at sea, even higher values. Look at that, 33 inches over there, and then we'll do conversions. So when you look back and compare it to where it is right now, those are the rainfall estimates. You can see over some of those areas. 12 inches, that's 300 millimeters. 13 inches in the western part of Luzon there, so that's just over 300 millimeters. And I would say those are low values, particularly closer to the storm's core. So I would not rule out 4, maybe 500 millimeters, and over 300 millimeters even for Metro Manila, if the storm's core gets a little bit closer than it currently is. Rissa says, do you think this storm Noru will weaken before landfall? The eastern side of the storm is looking more and more obscure as time goes on. Interesting analogy, or word choice, I suppose. Let's check back with that satellite imagery and see if we can agree on there. We're just...
I can see on the... It kind of looks like on the infrared. Because there's more darker cloud tops on the western side compared to the south side. I mean, the eastern side, sorry.
Yep, we're looking at that there whilst I wait for some of my... Here we go. Look at this imagery, and it's looking a lot less symmetrical than it did earlier on. That's certainly true. But you can see round the eye those cloud tops still very good. So we've still got very powerful winds in this storm, and still undoubtedly a Category 5. I guess the next hour will show whether that eastern side continues to degrade or whether it will bounce back, and that will tell us a lot about, probably all the way up until landfall, what happens next. And that Navy unconfirmed stuff is just going crazy. Their experimental thing going with 205 miles per hour and a pressure of 884 millibars. That is not true, folks. That is just going to be going up as an extrapolation at this point, I think. They'll properly scale it down shortly when the proper update comes out from the JTWC. Definitely not believable at this point. It is not a 205 mile an hour storm.
I disagree.
You think it is?
No, I disagree that it's 205 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, that ain't gonna happen. Sinatra says signal 4 for Metro Manila ? I probably would, yeah. Well, no, that's a close one. No, not yet. I'd make it signal 3 right now if I was Pagasa, and I would make it at least signal 4 for the coast. Some might say signal 5 already, but it's not quite close enough yet. But I think signal 5 is possible a little bit closer to the time. But for Manila, I would say signal 3 should be placed over there right now. And I'll keep checking to see if there's any updates to that map for 8 AM. I don't know explicitly whether they actually are doing a full map update, because I'm not fully familiar with their measures. But as soon as anything changes, we'll let you know. Could Ian slow down in the Gulf of Mexico, or will it be a fast mover? Well, that's a tough one to call right now as well. Some earlier model runs suggesting that it would slow down. Although, when you look at this, and this could be slightly deceptive, the first 2 days of that National Hurricane Center cone are expressed with... In fact, the first 3 days are expressed at 12 hourly intervals. That whole first chunk of the cone there that's highlighted more are in 12-hour increments, and the following dots after that are in 24-hour increments. So really, in real terms, it almost halves in its speed. That's partly due to a lack of confidence, but I'm sort of with you there. It might slow down when it moves through the eastern Gulf. It's going to be a wait and see, though, about exactly what happens, and that might just be uncertainty dragging back that cone, so to speak. Let's see if we've got any more questions before we finish up this hour. We will be staying live for a good while yet. What do we think is the estimated time of landfall for, I assume, Noru? It's still a little way away yet. It's probably going to be in the afternoon hours local time. And what could the impact be in Palm Harbor, Florida? Once again, I don't know. Oh, it's there. Yeah, near Tampa. So that area is another area that could be quite vulnerable. I would be concerned at that area right now. Palm Harbor, you could get hurricane force winds and a big storm surge if the worst does come to worst. Prepare accordingly.
Did we go over the? I was looking at another weather server and I did see a unconfirmed report that that Noru is now up to 165 miles per hour.
That is not confirmed yet.
I just saw an unconfirmed report that Noru has been updated to 165, but I will dig for confirmation on that and try to get that to you.
Wouldn't be a surprise, but
Would
perhaps
not.
maybe a little bit stronger than that is still what we're thinking, possibly. Crazy storm. We're here once again in the next hour to cover it more. We'll be back after this short break whilst we gather our thoughts and our voices once again, and we'll take another look at this storm. Our main feature, Super Typhoon Noru, is an extremely powerful storm that has done very much the unexpected and is headed right for central Luzon. We'll be back in a moment. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Right now, Typhoon Noru, Philippine name Karding, is approaching land with an extremely powerful appearance, and the looks aren't deceiving either. It is an extremely powerful typhoon that has overnight propelled itself from a Category 1 to a Category 5. Now with winds, according to our latest analysis, of 175 miles per hour and a pressure of 912 millibars. Our bottom bar will update as soon as the new graphic is processed, so you'll just have to bear with that static image there for a few moments down at the bottom. In the meantime, that's certainly not as important as watching the storm itself, which is on our main panel, as you can see, with a formidable eye structure as it approaches the Polillo Islands and the main island itself, and then on to Luzon, where it could still be a Category 5 by the time it makes landfall. And it's just incredible that we're even talking about this in its current context right now, when we were expecting at one point only a tropical storm landfall, and then even as late as a couple of days ago we were expecting a Category 1 landfall, and now here it is becoming a strong Category 5 with winds of 175 miles per hour. That in kilometers per hour is a lot. I'm trying to figure out how much that is actually right now. It is probably somewhere in the region of 280 kilometers per hour. Sustained winds with higher gusts, which will obviously be more than 300 kilometers per hour in gusts. An incredible storm that has launched itself from zero almost yesterday, in this crazy chapter of this season so far worldwide in 2022, as a year that started and went through the whole of July and August with hardly a whimper, and at one point the Western Pacific was only at 16% of its normal activity, and now we've had three super typhoons, and this one now becoming the strongest, another Category 5 to add to the tally this season. Unfortunately, all of the strongest storms have been affecting land areas, and this one of course is no different. Let's see if we've got any news from Pegasa right now on the latest signal warnings. I heard from one of our viewers, our moderator, a moment of lovely, that they're probably going to put Signal 4 warnings out, and I can confirm that that has happened. Signal 4 warning has been declared for the Polillo Islands. Signal 3 warning for most of Aurora and most of Quezon, really, the northern half. Northern Camarines Norte, southern Nueva Ecija, Bulacan, and eastern Pampanga. The northern part of Metro Manila, northern, in fact, is it all of? Almost all of Rizal, about half the northernmost part of Laguna as well. Signal 3. Signal 2 warnings extending up the east coast as far as southern Isabela and down to Catanduanes and Camarines Sur. The western coast from Batangas up to La Union. And Signal 1 warnings extending up to southern Cagayan, southern Ilocos Norte, and down towards the northern half of Mindoro and the rest of southern Luzon. Really incredible times right now with this storm, signal 4 warnings almost out of thin air. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy once again for another hour of discussion and coverage. I don't know what was happening with the screen just then for a moment. And we're also joined by our team this hour. We have a few more, well, we have the same cast that we had in the last hour. I'm joined by Lucas and Patrick. Good evening to both of you over there in the US. Where do we go with this storm right now? Extremely powerful. We can put out all of those superlatives. A population ahead of it of probably about 20 million maybe that could receive tropical storm conditions. Maybe 10 million that could get typhoon conditions. Could be more than that. Who would like to begin?
I'm gonna. I mean, like I said, it's still a powerhouse system, and it's still gonna bring in a punch when it hits the Philippines. I honestly just hope everyone in the Philippines are just preparing and just get ready to experience tropical storm, if not extremely dangerous typhoon force conditions. And there's going to be like really strong winds, probably gusting to 100, 110 miles an hour. Lots of rainfall and extremely dangerous storm surge. So if you're watching the Philippines and if you're listening to this, I really hope you guys are preparing, because it's going to be an extremely dangerous situation in the signal 4 warnings, signal 3, and signal 2 warnings.
Cloud tops into the minus 70s still quite clearly there, and an eye temperature approximately of 20 degrees Celsius. We're just going to update our bottom bar there to reflect the latest information on Noru. 175 miles per hour sustained winds is now the estimate that we are going with. We're still yet to update the warning information on there, so we will still say only signal 3, but we do have signal 4 warnings in effect for the Polillo Islands. Start your message with Force 13 all in text for any of the current systems tonight. Of course, we are also tracking Tropical Storm Ian. There's been no changes at the 8 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and they'll be doing their next full advisory at 11 p.m, where there might be a bit more of a cone shift, and we'll be watching closely to see what happens there at 11. We are staying on the air today until around that time, around 11 p.m. US East Coast time. And that would be 11 a.m. in the Philippines. A little bit after that, we'll probably have some video updates on our channel, and then probably more coverage, well, definitely more coverage in the evening hours in the Philippines as the storm makes landfall. In the meantime, we also have our automated stream as well, which shows the latest satellite imagery of Noru without looking at any of the other storms. So if that's what you prefer, you can take a look at that as well, also on our channel.
Well, Falco Lombardi says, where does Noru rank in terms of explosive intensification? Our analysts have found that it ranks in the 5th spot, if I'm not mistaken.
So they reckon it's the 5th quickest intensification rate, and that's when you compare it to all of the roughly 15,000 storms that have ever been recorded. That is quite a feat.
Absolutely.
I'm trying to get some of my graphics sorted out here, so why don't the two of you take some more questions? While you're doing that, Nathan, while you're doing that, I actually have a little bit of an update of eye temperature.
Yes, okay, yep.
Eye temperature has been buffed up to 21 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, 21.
How big is Noru currently? What are we thinking of? How big is Noru? Based on like the eye wall, how big is
Probably about 15 miles or so.
15 miles.
Well, that's the eye itself. The eye wall is bigger than that. Probably about 50 miles.
Yeah, 50 miles.
80 kilometers. and the whole influence of the storm itself. You can see some of it on northern Negros Island and also on Panay, and you'll also see it. It spans already over the northern tip of Luzon as well, so about 1,000 kilometers north to south, and from east to west it's a little less, I think. Yeah, only a little, about 900 kilometers from east to west.
We received two questions about Ian. Could Ian be classified as a Category 4? Per the latest NHC phone, it is a possibility, but not guaranteed.
We're struggling
Also,
a little bit with your audio, by the way. I don't know if it's because you're...
sorry, I am not too close to my computer. I apologize about that.
Ah.
But on the latest NHC cone, it definitely is a possibility that Ian could intensify a bit further and reach Category 4 right before Cuba. However, that is an unlikely scenario. And then Tropical Storm Ian Category 5, definitely a possibility, not zero, but definitely unlikely. So yeah.
Let me go back to the Pegasa warnings for those who haven't seen it yet, and just for my information so I can update my bottom graphics in a timely manner. And I'll go through them as I write them down here. So Signal 4 warning for the Polillo Islands. Signal 3 warnings now for southern Aurora still. Northern Quezon and inland in a few areas there as well. I'll note down a few of those. Rizal, Laguna, Metro Manila, northern part. If I could spell it right. Northern Metro Manila. And further north as well, Bulacan, Nueva Ecija, and eastern Pampanga provinces. I'll list as many of them as I can fit on my bar. Signal 2 warnings still for lots of areas there. Catanduanes, Camarines Sur, most of it. And Norte. I've got double feedback here on myself. That was quite creepy. But also a significant other area there of the coast moving further north. Rest of Quezon and Aurora. Southern Isabela. And a heap of other locations as well. The west coast of Luzon from La Union to Batangas. And lots of interior locations as well. And Signal 1 warnings marked in blue there for the rest of Isabela, southern Cagayan, southern Apayao, southern Ilocos Norte, the rest of not Quezon anymore, well, just the southern tip. It's a bit of a mess at this point. Northern Mindoro, Albay, Marinduque, and a couple of other locations down there as well. Let me just throw the map downwards a little bit as well. You can see those other locations. Masbate also included too.
Is there any chance that Noru will undergo an eyewall replacement cycle before making landfall?
It's still got quite a bit of time before it does so, so I would be leaning towards a yes.
I do notice on satellite imagery that the eye could actually be expanding a bit or enlarging a bit, but I can't really tell what's going on.
We'll cut to some radar imagery again shortly, as of course that's obviously better than looking at satellite. I'll just bring that up whenever I get the chance. You might hear a little bit of beeping and dings going on here as I start to export a file. Right, let's see if we can take a look then at what the radar looks like at this moment in time. Let me just get another look at it and navigate to where the storm is. Wow, that's fascinating.
Would Noru beat Patricia in highest wind speed increase within 24 hours? I am not so sure about that.
24? I can't remember what the value is, but it's obviously going to be examined very closely in post-analysis.
Let me do some research on that real quick.
It depends who you ask, though. We have our own values. Here's the latest radar imagery. And those less resolution ones, those are future casts. That's a forecast, and I don't think it's a very good one actually either, because it takes it southwest. I don't think that will happen. But just observe the radar frames up until that point, and you'll see that very, very well looking inner eye wall. Although, on those latter frames, if I could possibly stop it maybe, at that last frame, that one I think, oh no, that one, yep, that one there, that last frame, less strong there on the western side in that last frame, but I would expect that that is just a temporary blemish. A formidable storm on approach to central Luzon. Extremely powerful 175 mile per hour storm. That is around 280 kilometers per hour sustained winds with higher gusts. This storm has come pretty much out of the blue. Was initially expected to strike the northern tip of Luzon as a tropical storm a few days ago. Has evolved into this, what we see in front of us, a very powerful Category 5. And questions have got to be asked about why it was universally forecasted poorly. I'm not sure there's really any fault in it. It's just that how can we possibly improve that for next time, considering that absolutely everyone has been completely trashed in terms of their forecasts. Let's get some questions. Craig Figgs says, Noru seems to be a name that tries to break records. The last one was used in 2017 and it was the second longest tropical storm. I don't know if that's true, but interesting stat if it is. I also maintain that Noru was probably a Category 5 in 2017 as well, even though the JTWC downgraded it in post-analysis. Sammy says, could Noru strengthen some more? It could. I'm no longer sure that it will. It looks to me as though it might have just peaked. And is there any chance that Tropical Storm Ian could hit Atlanta as a hurricane? Well, Atlanta is extremely far inland in Georgia. There is no way it could hit there as a hurricane. I really don't think so. No, considering it'll be on a weakening trend when it makes landfall, even if it was to make landfall as close to Atlanta as possible, nah, that's not going to move over there as a hurricane. And questions about what the signal warnings are. So it's the Philippine warning system. It's obviously much different to what we have in the Atlantic. And it's a 5-tier signal warning system. Signal 1 generally being for weak tropical storms or tropical depressions. Signal 2 warnings go up to about, I think it was 50-ish miles per hour. Or 55 miles per hour. Signal 3 is around 55 to 80 miles per hour, which goes to the very lower bit of Category 1. Signal 4 warnings, gotta remind myself when I look back at their warning information. So Signal 4 warnings, which are currently in effect for the Polillo Islands, That is for winds of greater than 118 kilometers per hour up to 184 in the next 12 hours. So that's basically from low end category 1 up till low end category 3. It should be signal 5 if you ask me. This is well beyond low category 3. And that would require a signal 5 warning. And you heard me earlier, I think, well actually it's been a good call that they put half of Manila in signal 3. Absolutely the right thing to do. I think the east coast of Luzon there should be at least signal 4 as well. I think it should be put into signal 4 right now and possibly signal 5 later on. Extremely dangerous storm bearing down on the Philippines. Let's see if we can look at some other imagery right now.
The eye temperature. Check the eye temperature again, see if it went up a bit. Wonder if it went up by 1 again. Checking the eye temperature to see if it went up again. Uh, 21.
So 21 degree eye still very much apparent.
Yep, still 21 degrees.
This is Force 13 Live. Our coverage continues on both storms here. There are two major features that we're looking at right now. Typhoon Noru, which has been plastered across our screen here, and Tropical Storm Ian, which is expected to become a major hurricane as it enters the Gulf of Mexico and probably make landfall in Florida and could be another major threat in the next 5 days. We know that both of them require a lot of attention here in real time. We're trying our best to put the coverage where we need to. But the latest right now, signal 4 warnings issued for Polillo Island, Typhoon Noru up with 175 miles per hour sustained winds. That's around 280 kilometers per hour. Extremely powerful, and has the potential to be an extremely devastating storm, even though it is on the small side. Let's see if we can take some more questions. Keep them coming in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us when we take a look through the comments, especially when the chat flow is so much. We can get lost quite easily. Could Noru rapidly intensify after hitting the Philippines before making a second landfall? Now, do you mean between Polillo Island and Luzon, or in the South China Sea? Both of those are possible, but it's much more possible earlier on. When it enters the South China Sea, strengthening will be less quick. Any chance of a Category 5 classification for Ian? It seems to be slowing over the Gulf on the forecast. Once again, can't be ruled out. I would advise against that on the forecast at the moment. But if it really gets itself going before it passes Cuba, then maybe. Any chance of storm surge in Tampa if Ian hits north parts of Tampa Bay area? If it hits anywhere in the Tampa area, then I would expect over 10 feet of surge.
If it were to hit north of the Tampa area or directly Tampa area, given proximity, I would expect anywhere from potentially, let's say, 12 to 15 feet of storm surge. My best bet.
Yeah, may well be. Speculation though at this time, and we've also got to watch out whether the surge will coincide with a high tide or low tide. That obviously makes a big difference too. So That's also another big point, really, because if it moves further east, then landfall will come sooner. If it moves further west, then the landfall will be delayed a little bit. So, things could be vastly different from one area to the next. Let's see if we can get some more comments here. What are the effects of southern Georgia and northeast Florida once Ian makes landfall? I still maintain that if you're anywhere, if underneath the eye of the eventual path of Ian, then you'll probably get 20 inches of rain if it's in Florida. If it's in Georgia, maybe a little bit less as it starts to lose its rainfall potential. But if you're anywhere underneath Ian, over the center core, eventually when it makes landfall, then I reckon you're in for 20 inches of rain. Any lightning in Ian? It should be visible in the dark. I'm not sure. I could go take a look for you in a little while, but there's a lot of other things to be doing just at the moment. Is Noru still intensifying? That's the main question of the hour, I reckon now. Let's see what another of our members, Cesar, thinks. Welcome aboard, and nice to have you here.
Hello, Nathan, and everybody.
What do you think of Noru right now?
Well, it's particularly a very interesting storm. Some history in the making, of course. Never had any expectations of Noru intensifying such quickly, such at this rate, and becoming a Category 5 typhoon. And well, unfortunately for the Philippines, it's going to be another Category 5 in striking their territory. But not only a Category 5, but also a really strong one. And if it keeps intensifying, of course, it's going to be one of the most intense typhoons ever recorded in the Western Pacific. And well, it's really scary how this typhoon has intensified. It's one of the quickest intensifying trends on record. I don't know if worldwide, but one of the quickest intensification rates ever recorded.
Of course, quoting the analyst team, they say it's probably the 5th fastest.
Well, the 5th fastest is still really a unique situation that usually it doesn't occur like too often, and unfortunately, there's not much time to prepare for such a storm, which was a tropical storm day before, and only to intensify into a Category 2. It was the original forecast for this typhoon. Unexpectedly, this happened. So, of course, the people living really in nearby areas of the main storm structure, where the winds and are the main danger there. It's going to really to be a nightmare. Of course, I do believe that that Noru is still intensifying. I don't see any signs of like an eyeball replacement cycle or something that would make the storm to lose strength.
We see that on radar, there was no sign of that happening. Perhaps a slightly weaker western eye wall at the moment, but I reckon it's probably only going to be a temporary thing. More comments. Is this larger than Goni? Because Goni had an anticlimactic approach to Metro Manila, but of course we're glad we've been spared, but maybe not this one. Well, this one is going to be a lot different to Goni. I can tell you that right now. Goni made an extremely powerful landfall as it veered southwards over Catanduanes, and this one is still barreling westwards and is a little bit further north, and only a slight drop southwards would put Metro Manila right in the crosshairs for an extremely powerful storm. I can't fathom what that might look like. but this is probably the biggest scare that Manila are probably ever going to get, if we're being honest here. I do feel that right now. Extremely powerful Category 5 storm with sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. Typhoon Noru, Philippine name Karding, is approaching land. Signal 4 warnings in effect for Polillo Island and Signal 3 warnings for large parts of eastern Luzon in the central region, including the northern part of Metro Manila. More questions. Of course, got to remind everyone we are covering two things at the same time here. Typhoon Noru and the forecast for Tropical Storm Ian, which is likely to strike Florida as a hurricane, possibly a major hurricane. T-Vold says, any risk to the Naples area in southwest Florida? If so, what are the hazards? Right now, you could still be subject to significant storm surge if the storm goes a little bit east of forecast, along with hurricane force winds. Worst case scenario, I guess, for you, Irma. I think enough said there. How strong do we think Ian will be at landfall, and why is it going to weaken just before landfall? We think it's going to weaken a little bit because of wind shear that will rise very steeply the longer it stays out over water. So in Ian's best interests, if it's going to make a strong hurricane landfall, a landfall further south along the west coast of Florida would mean that it would be a stronger landfall. The longer it dilly-dallies over the waters of the eastern Gulf of Mexico, then you're looking at the more chance of wind shear getting in the way. National Hurricane Center will make a full update on this storm at 11 p.m. The 8 p.m. update just updates the position. There it is. And you actually note on that position there that it has moved north of forecast compared to the 12-hour cone there. So if anything, we might see a shift back to the east at the next advisory.
I wouldn't be surprised about that.
And yet you've got the GFS model, which is still trending west, and other models which take the storm a little bit further west than the tip of western Cuba, such as the hurricane models. So big question mark still over what might happen to Ian. Let's go back to the latest imagery on Typhoon Noru right now, because it's really the real thing to cover at this point. Potentially a devastating blow for the Philippines on the way, with very powerful winds in this storm. It cannot be overstated. At least 280 km per hour sustained winds on the way from a storm that we weren't expecting to be even over, say, 160 kilometers per hour winds. Let's check some current positions from land based on the latest info. So right now we have fixed the storm at approximately 116 kilometers northeast of Dayet, which is in Camarines North, I think. And it is around 165 kilometers from Polillo Island. It is 201 from Infanta, 265 from Quezon City, and 274 from Manila. It's baffling to see a storm so strong in this location, and because of its rather small size, it's got even more of an advantage as it pushes westwards of land not interfering with it until the last moment, really, when it makes landfall. Now, we expect that the landfall will probably occur at approximately, well, we're not fully sure yet, but on the main part of Luzon, probably in the late afternoon, maybe early evening. Although the GFS model suggesting that it could be as late as midnight tonight, but with its current rate of movement there, I highly doubt that. Let me just find some extrapolations and figure out how far it has moved in the course of, say, a few hours, and get a working average here. So in 6 hours earlier today, it moved, just waiting for it all to load. This is going to be quite an important calculation. So in a 6-hour period, it moved west-southwest 119 kilometers. So divide that by 6 and you get 20 near enough, 20 kilometers per hour. So if that movement continues at 20 kilometers per hour and moves westwards 160 kilometers to Polillo Island, that's the main one, not the ones out east, which are even closer to the storm. So you're looking at another, was it 20 kilometers an hour? Did I do my math wrong? 200 divided by 6.
I think it was 20.
No, it's more than that.
Oh.
It's over 30, it's like 33, isn't it? So about 33 kilometers per hour, and that would mean about 5 hours until landfall then.
Someone said the eye temperature dropped to 18 degrees. Let me actually go back and check the eye temperature again to see where is the highest.
So by my extrapolations here, unless the storm slows down, which is very possible, then we'd be looking at landfall on Polillo Island at about 2 p.m. Philippine time. So
yeah, it dropped to 18 degrees.
Oh, so I'll put that as a marker there, that 2 p.m. is probably the earliest time you can expect a landfall on Polillo Island. And then maybe a couple more hours before it reaches the main island of Luzon. Really extraordinary how this storm has flourished in such dramatic fashion in the last few hours. It is still moving ever so slightly south of west when you look at its current movement, which puts it on a beeline for Polillo Island. And if we were to extract that movement all the way through, then it would eventually end up just 30 kilometers from the center, not even that, sorry, 20 kilometers from the center of Manila. And that would mean that Manila would get the southern eye wall of the storm, which, if it's still anywhere near as strong as this, would deliver major typhoon conditions. And if I go back through time, or even in my memory, I think one of the worst storms to impact that area was Typhoon Angela in 1995, if I remember rightly. And I think it would parallel that at least. Let me just compare it with some historic tracks whilst... Go ahead.
Feel free to answer some questions. 413 all in text if you have any comments about this. We're going to try our best to answer some questions here, since we haven't answered any of you guys' questions in a while.
But yeah, I would suggest that this is probably going to be the worst impact since Angela. And it's almost locked in already, the way this is going.
Yeah.
Not worse than Angela, I wouldn't say. Not yet. But I think it is going to be the worst since for this area. I can't remember the name, the Philippine name. I think it was Rosing. Or Ruping, one of those.
I think it was Rosing.
So a question about why eye temperature is important. Well, it is to an extent when we're trying to figure out satellite estimates. Eye temperature is one of the factors that we look at. A warmer eye typically means that we can... It typically means a deeper eye. It typically means a more powerful eye wall in tandem with eye wall temperatures, which are up into the -70s Celsius. And the colder those get, that means that they're further up in the atmosphere, and obviously there's more energy contained inside to force that movement up higher up in the atmosphere. So when you add all those together, we have established satellite techniques, and they would suggest right now that this storm is around the 175 mile an hour mark, and that's why we have gone with that on our latest update. Let's get some more comments. Could Ian take up a similar path to that of Laura? Oh dear. No, Laura was further north as well at this point. It's going to go a completely different way, although it could still track a little bit further west than what that forecast is showing. Maybe. Do we think that Noru could possibly reach 190 miles per hour or even higher? I don't think so. Will Noru weaken before landfall or intensify even more? Well, I've said a couple of times here, I reckon it's probably peaking at this time. I think we might get some slight to possibly moderate weakening up until landfall. I think the best we could expect is probably a high-end Category 4 by the time it makes landfall in Polillo. I think that would be the best case that we could expect. Major situation unfolding here. Is there going to be any shifting to the north? Another question there. Well, not at the moment, although those last couple of frames suggest that maybe that southward motion element has stopped and it's a little more westerly now. So that could be the news that we've been hoping for, that it might just be giving us a little bit of a merciful curve slightly further to the north to avoid the very heavily populated areas. More comments. Could Ian track similar to the 1921 Tampa Bay hurricane? I've been thinking about that a lot more recently, and I think you've got a case. I think it could be very similar to the Tampa Bay hurricane at this point, considering that it started further south, but this storm is almost in the same area. It would have to shift a little bit further west of Cuba, though, if it was to completely follow its path, and then it would be more of a sharper bend into the Tampa Bay area if it was to match that hurricane. At the moment, that's not what's being forecasted, but anywhere within that cone, of course, the storm can track, so it could even shift. It could even track along the western periphery of that cone for the first 3 days and then swing back over towards the eastern side. That's how much uncertainty there is about this, and to be honest, even more uncertainty outside of that cone. The cone doesn't depict every single possible scenario. It catches around 66% of all scenarios. And for those who are wondering, with everything going on everywhere, there are two major storms to track right now. Tropical Storm Ian, which is already sparking hurricane warnings for Grand Cayman, and Typhoon Noru, of course, which is much the bigger feature at this exact moment, as it is about to pile through central Luzon in the Philippines. Extremely dangerous, very destructive in its potential. We can't overemphasize that at all. Might sound a little bit like a broken record sooner or later, but I guess we're still getting over the shock that it actually happened in the first place. Once again, this storm is only expected to reach tropical storm status at first, or maybe to Category 1, and last night, overnight, in about an 18-hour period, it went from Category 1 to Category 5. And here we are looking at it and picking up the pieces. Any
It's
other
still a
comments
crazy
from our
situation.
team? Yeah.
Let's see if there's any more questions.
What's that?
There's probably a lot of questions.
I'm trying my best to try and find some good ones to answer.
In the meantime, we'll look back at some of the other imagery loops and look at that presentation when you look at the visible imagery here. A really intense eye, a small one, roughly 15 miles in width, about 20 kilometers, just over 20 kilometers.
And an eye temperature of 18 or so degrees Celsius.
We have a question here. Can we show the spaghetti model for Ian? I can pull that up real quick.
I knew you would pick up on that one.
Good. That's what we need.
But yeah, it would be interesting to look at those spaghetti models.
Alrighty, I will pull both of them up and I will get them for you really quickly.
Michael asks, expected gusts in Metro Manila. Right now, I would propose that you might see gusts in excess of 160 kilometers per hour, especially if you're in the north of Metro Manila.
Spaghetti models are up, Nathan, if you want to.
Alright, so here we go. What do we know? Not very much when you look at that.
So basically, the spaghetti models are indicating the rapid intensification and then weakening straight as it goes into Florida. This is the GEFS/GFS ensembles, and they are mainly going with a bit of a westward shift straight into the near the Tallahassee region, and then making landfall in about 5 days from now, and then moving off towards the east northeast. These are the GEPS ensembles in a very wonky,
Holy cow.
very wonky ensemble here.
It's a little bit out of date, that one, though.
And it is a bit of a date, but at this time, most ensemble guidances were actually taking it all the way over here near the KardingPH, but I mean, this is a wonky spaghetti model, and here are some model track guidance, as you can see. A westward shift, although one model suggesting that it actually takes more of a eastward shift once it crosses Cuba and then goes, yeah.
And that right there, that blue line, is an imprint, really, of the 1921 Tampa Bay hurricane.
Yeah, although most model guidance want to take a north turn and then right, make it the Big Bender Panhandle Florida region. So that's where most model guidance is going. However, it is very interesting to see that blue line does stand out. Sort of.
And if we do see a more pronounced turn like that, that would spell worst case scenario for those western coast communities.
Victor's says, could we be looking at a Charlie-like situation for Ian? That is becoming unlikely, given a more westward shift. Any other questions? What is the explanation for the rather curious intensification of typhoons when they pass through the Philippine Sea?
The what, sorry?
The Philippine Sea. What is the explanation for the rather curious rapid intensification of typhoons when they pass through that region?
It's always there. Oceanic heat content is extremely high, at the highest values you'll probably get in the world, and it's pretty much year round. There's always boiling hot waters in this area, and when things start to go right, as it did with this storm, the wind shear relaxed and it completely blew up. When you consider that this time yesterday, when we were doing our coverage, I think it was still a sheared system, if I'm not mistaken.
Do we think that Noru will re-intensify as a Category 5 in the South China Sea like 2021's Rai?
We gotta remember how unusual that is. So my answer by default will always be no.
Same here.
And yeah.
Still awaiting the latest GTWC advisory.
Hmm.
And another question here coming in. Will Ian's cone shift east due to it being farther northwest than previously thought? Anything is on the tables right now for Ian.
We've
We
got
will.
the 0Z80CF, which the JTWC usually follows. They've gone with 160 miles per hour and a pressure of 919.
That seems reasonable.
A little bit on the low side, I reckon.
I honestly agree.
I
Yeah.
agree with that, but it does seem a bit more reasonable than a jump to 175. Will Central Luzon fill the eyewall part of the Super Typhoon? It definitely is a possibility at this time.
Depends what you define as Central Luzon, but it looks like Central Luzon to me. When you draw a line west from the eye right now, that's going to get it real bad.
Absolutely. So as you heard there, ATCF has indicated that Noru is now up to 160 miles per hour and a minimum central pressure of 919. We will wait for the JTWC to update their advisory to give an official update on that. Will Metro Manila be in the eye wall?
Possibly.
Really?
If it deviates south a little bit more, they will. At the moment, though, I think you might just get away with it. The fact that we're talking about being in a Category 5 eye wall or not is just baffling to me right now, but it is what it is.
What are our thoughts on Noru's max wind fields or wind speeds right now? What are our thoughts?
Well,
My thought personally is I find it baffling.
I agree with the team in the 175 mile an hour observation that our analyst team went with. I think the satellite imagery justified that.
What is our estimated time of arrival for Noru landfall? We did mention this a bit earlier. No, Nathan said could be around 6 a.m. Eastern time. So for a Noru landfalls.
Well,
Yeah,
no, we were talking earlier. I would say the earliest possible landfall time would be about 2 p.m. now, Philippine time. So that's 2 a.m. for you.
My bad.
But that's if it doesn't slow down, which it probably will at least a bit.
Absolutely. I do have the previous JTWC cone up on my screen here. Waiting for an updated cone, but once we get an updated cone, we will be able to provide you imagery on that new cone per the JTWC. Can we pull up spaghetti charts for Noru? I could pull up spaghetti charts for Noru here in just a second. And let's see. Alrighty. So GFS wants the storm to stay basically due west ensembles and then fluctuate between a west southwest and a west northwest, like kind of staying in motion until reaching I don't remember where that area is. My bad. And then GEPS wants it's basically go due west before taking a turn to the west northwest and then impacting. Where is that again?
Let me show another view from my screen here, just so that it's clearer. Where's it gone? Here, this is what a lot of those ensembles are saying right now. And generally, they're calling overall for a little bit of a northerly curve just before it reaches landfall, which would be extremely good news. And then moving northwest for a little time and then turning back westwards and then obviously moving right into Vietnam and inland.
Will Typhoon Noru weaken once it landfalls? It is expected per the JTWC to weaken as it makes landfall, and
Every
then
storm does.
intensify a bit. It will intensify a bit more as it crosses over from impacting the Luzon areas. Yeah, we'll have to see where it goes.
Well, really intense storm right now, 175 miles per hour in sustained winds according to our analyst team. That's roughly 280 kilometers per hour sustained winds with higher gusts. A central pressure estimate of 912 millibars makes it the most powerful storm of this season so far in the Western Pacific, and is likely to make landfall as a Category 5 in approximately 5 hours. We're coming up to the 9 o'clock hour now in the Philippines and in the US East Coast at different sides of the world. We're covering two major storms right now, Typhoon Noru and Tropical Storm Ian, which has hurricane warnings out for Grand Cayman and is likely to impact Florida as a major hurricane in the next 5 days. We know there's a big buzz about that, and we'll try and answer some of those questions as well. Everything you need to know right here on both storms, but this is a major incident right now. A lot of people in the Philippines waking up to this storm not expecting to see it a Category 5, and neither did anyone else see this coming. It is almost an unprecedented situation of having such a strong storm on your doorstep at such short notice. We'll have more on this in the next hour. It's getting pretty dangerous, dangerously close to land. It's around 160 kilometers from Polillo Island, which are now under Signal 4 warnings from Pagasa. More on this in a few moments. Stick with us. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Welcome back to another hour of coverage on Typhoon Noru, which is a extremely powerful 175 miles per hour typhoon, category 5, 280 kilometers per hour roughly. Sustained winds with higher gusts, a central pressure estimate of 912 millibars. This is not a drill. Those who were waking up this morning expecting this storm to possibly still only be a category 1. The storm has gone behind our backs there and extremely explosively intensified over a mere 12-hour period from category 1 to category 5 status. An extremely dangerous storm that's barreling towards Polillo Island and possibly could deliver typhoon force winds or more to Metro Manila later on today. We expect, or we think, that the earliest possible time for landfall on Polillo Island is around 2 p.m. So that's just 5 hours from now. Unless the storm slows down a little more, in which the landfall time might be put back a little bit. The GFS model being the other extreme. That model predicted the storm to slow down quite a bit and for it to only make landfall at midnight tonight, which is still quite a long way away. But as we look at its current movement, based on the last 6 hours of movement, if it continues at the same pace, we're looking at landfall at about 2 p.m. This is Force 13 Live. We're covering this storm as well as Tropical Storm Ian for at least the next 2 hours. And then we will take some time off the air and we'll cover this storm again when it's moving in towards landfall. Extremely powerful storm. Of course, when we are not doing live commentary, we also have our automated stream, which shows imagery, non-stop imagery of Noru, and actually has a few more imagery views than we are showing on our stream tonight here. So that might be an interesting place to look at after we're done. But anyway, we're watching this right now. Extremely powerful storm, expected to deliver possibly very high amounts of rain as well. We're looking at least 300 millimeters according to GFS at the last model run, but that was not taking into account the storm's higher strength now, and so we expect that rainfall amounts could be quite a bit higher, maybe 400, maybe even some areas of 500 millimeters in isolated spots in central Luzon. So the potential for extreme flash flooding and landslides, as well as devastating strong winds. Granted, the eastern coast of Luzon is rather sparsely populated up here, probably thanks to the risk for typhoons, and but despite that, it will still remain strong when it moves inland and through the more populous areas north of Manila, areas like Angeles and Bulacan, as well as some other locations there that were seriously looking at potential significant to extreme conditions in the next few hours. My name's Nathan Foy here in the studio, and for this next hour of coverage we'll be here live again. Our team, Patrick, AWX and Cesar are with us right now, and they'll be here to offer their thoughts on the present situation. But it's really all about you watching as well. We are here to take your questions live on the air. Very important. I've always maintained that it is to do that. It helps us have a more sort of community type knowledge together. People can share their observations with us if it's safe to do so. We wouldn't want people going into harm's way unnecessarily or for any particular reason, really. But send us in your questions. We want to try and educate as well as our primary objective, which is to tell you about what's going on in real time. The main core of the storm is still yet to reach any of those islands, but it is getting awfully close.
We did receive a bunch of questions here. Can Tropical Storm Ian hit Charleston, South Carolina? If so, how much damage would it bring? It is too far out to determine any impacts on the southeastern United States at this time. However, give it about a week and maybe we can find out more information. Another question here. Would Noru be remembered in the record books as one of the strongest recorded systems to make landfall in the West Pacific?
No. Luzon actually gets Category 5 landfalls more often than you think. Usually it's a little bit further north, though, than here. It is definitely not the strongest. I mean, all you have to do is look back to Typhoon Meggy for a Luzon landfall that was stronger than this. 885 millibars.
Absolutely. Will this be the same impact as Hurricane Rita did in 2005?
I'm guessing that's a question regarding Ian.
I would assume so.
So, of course, as we've mentioned, we are covering 2 storms live right now, so we have to hop from one to the next. The National Hurricane Center will update in 2 hours, the latest on Ian. So, regarding Rita, well, Rita, of course, went much, much further towards the west, and it isn't going there, so I'm not sure how we can really compare the two, to be honest.
Uh-huh.
Unless they mean Typhoon Rita, which did hit the Philippines.
Maybe they're talking about that. We're not so sure about that. Can the storm make landfall not on Polillo Islands and make landfall in central Aurora?
Yes to both of those, and that is the most likely scenario.
Will Ian move up the East Coast? Like I said a couple seconds ago, wait about a week and we will determine what will happen with that. However, models have been hinting at the potential for East Coast related impacts. However, it is long range forecasting at this rate, so give it about a week or so and we will be able to get a more clear answer on that. Would there
Hopefully
be
we'll
a
know in
rapid
about 3 days, maybe.
Would there be a rapid weakening like Goni from Category 5 to Category 1? I think they might be talking about
Yep, this storm,
Noru.
no, very possible. Goni was small. This storm is also very small. It's got a very tight inner eye wall there. If that was to collapse, then I imagine, yeah, you will see a rapid drop in the storm's intensity. Just so that everyone's familiar with this graphic imagery there, there's 2 frames at the end there that look very blocky. That's a future cast, and they're not doing a very good job with it. It's completely shoved down towards the southwest. Well, that's not happening. But up until that point, you can see the progress of the eye, and a curious little frame there where the eye disappeared for a minute. I'm not sure whether to believe that one or not, but that last frame shows it off very well. Once again, still a very clear eye, but maybe wobbling a little bit now, and possibly signs of instability in that storm's eye, but it's hard to tell on this imagery, which isn't the best. Interesting though, it doesn't quite look as smooth as it was earlier.
Absolutely. Where is Noru located? Noru is currently located about, Nathan, correct me on my calculations here, about 150 or 200 kilometers west of the Luzon Islands, or if I'm not mistaken.
Let me just get a up to the minute fix for you right now to get some distances from land. So its closest point of any land right now is there's a little small island group that has Tinaga on it, if anyone knows that. That's 73 kilometers from the center of the eye. That's just off Camarines Norte. Then you've got Jomalig Island, which is 108 kilometers from the center of the storm. And then, of course, Polillo Island, which is 150 kilometers away now. And Infanta on the main island of Luzon, 183 kilometers. So that gives you a little idea of where we're at this point.
Absolutely. Does the Philippines have mountains that would weaken Typhoon Noru?
Absolutely, although at this area, the hilliness of this zone is much less than it would be further north. Some more comments. Can 2022 Noru contest the rapid intensification of Patricia in 2015? I don't know. I need to look back at the actual numbers. And of course, there'll be a thorough reanalysis of this storm after it's happened as well. So I would say anything is on the table. Current movement? Question there. Well, it certainly looks to me now that the slight southerly element in the movement has stopped, and it looks to be moving due west again. And that would be very good news for Manila. Any deviation southward is going to bring the extremely destructive winds just a few kilometers closer, and they've only got a margin of error for about 10 kilometers now before they would get extremely powerful winds. Really crazy storm, and one that we really weren't expecting at this juncture. We know about those earlier forecasts which predicted a much weaker storm, but what you're seeing here is absolutely true. 175 miles per hour sustained winds, that's around 280 kilometers per hour sustained. Central pressure of 912 millibars.
Update on the eye temperature, Nathan?
Okay.
It has actually jumped quite considerably, up
What?
to 27 degrees.
Are you sure about that?
I'm looking off of windy.com, and let's put it in the center of the eye, and it says 81 degrees Fahrenheit.
Well, I wouldn't trust anything like that, honestly. I would trust the raw satellite data. Let me just see if I can. Let me just see if I can rustle up a little estimate of my own here. Looking at some of my usual sources. I mean, it might well be 27 degrees, but I highly doubt that satellite imagery would be showing that.
Let me look at a satellite imagery on my end.
I'm just going to take a look myself too and try and figure out what we're looking at. So, temperature. Ooh, it is quite impressive. I've just got a little technique here where I try and convert it through. It is definitely warmer than 20 degrees. That I've been able to establish that so far. I'm just working with some clunky software to try and figure out an exact number. But it's impressive already if it's above 20 degrees.
Satellite imagery is not loading for me, unfortunately, so I can't pull it up on my end.
21. Oh no, 20. 20 is what I'm getting right now.
I guess, yeah, 20, okay. I must have been looking at a incorrect thing. Sometimes things like that can pop up. So I apologize about that.
They're probably just using a different method, but we always look at just the satellite. because we do it with the reason why we look at the eye temperatures to try and get the satellite estimate of winds. So for the purpose of doing that, we don't really need to know the actual temperature. We just need to know the indicated one. More comments here. DexPH says, how much chance another storm will form within 5 days in the Philippine Sea? Well, there is an area of interest that will probably form near the Mariana Islands, but it won't be going towards the Philippines, it will be going towards Japan. So no, not really, apart from that. And our thoughts on Typhoon Noru, would it reach its peak intensity? Maybe the question is more, has it? I think it is at its peak intensity right now. I don't think it's going back down just yet, though. Still some blow-ups of convection there, as you can quite clearly see. Pushing it through the minus 70s once again. I don't know, well, it's a tough one. Compared to earlier, perhaps it is a little bit weaker now. Only slightly. Let's remind ourselves of the current warnings that are in effect, because that, of course, is very important for those who haven't seen it yet. This is the latest. Signal 4 warnings in effect for the Polillo Islands. Signal 3 warnings for northern Quezon and Camarines Norte, and for southern Aurora, and for southern Nueva Ecija, and for Bulacan, Rizal, Laguna, northern Metro Manila, and eastern Pampanga. Signal 2 warnings for Catanduanes, Camarines Sur, most of the rest of Quezon, Batangas, up the west coast all the way to La Union, and northern Aurora through southern Isabela. Signal 1 warnings all the way down to the southern tip of Luzon in Sorsogon province, Masbate, Marinduque, northernmost Mindoro, and a big chunk of northern Luzon. Just moved the wrong thing there. Big chunk of northern Luzon extending as far north as southern Cagayan and southern Ilocos Norte. Let's get some more comments. Recent satellite showing a CV burst on the north side of the LLC. Could the centre get pulled more north, changing the track on Ian? If so, could Tampa be in more of a risk again? Alright, let's examine some imagery on Ian right now and see what we can see. So there is a look. Let's getting this to animate. So yep, you can see that big convective burst. It's just northeast of the centre. It is interesting in just how far that might well be from the centre. I don't think at this point we're going to see a centre location, but I don't know, guys. What do you think?
I don't think we're going to really see a center location, honestly, given the fact that we already have a basic idea of what we're basically where the storm is going to go. Noting at the LLC, noting about that, we really can't tell what's going to go down with the storm, because the storm can literally do anything within the next day or so. So we truly don't know what's going to happen.
And here's a wide shot. The storm's visible right on the right hand side of the frame there, whilst we look at the Eastern Pacific too in the centre of the shot. Tropical Storm Newton dying off there, still battling along. But you can see it is quite a large system that we're looking at. Blowing up that convection once again in those latest frames. Let's give you a rundown on all of the storms that are currently active right now. First of all, we have the remnants of Fiona that are still alive. Post-tropical cyclone. Canada have discontinued all the warnings, so the National Hurricane Centre have called it a day and have pulled the plug on advisories for Fiona. But you can still track it, and it is just off, was it Anticosti Island, I think the name of it was, about to reach the coast of Quebec. We also have Tropical Storm Gaston, which looks appalling near the Azores, but tropical storm warnings are still in effect for the westernmost islands. There is Ian once again, and that's actually a little bit old now. Let's update that imagery, and you'll see that burst. There it is, just to the north, to the northeast of the centre by a fair distance, but I don't think that's going to have any implications regarding its centre. And also look at Tropical Depression Hermine, which has been completely destroyed by the looks of things there, and is probably going to be declared post-tropical at the next advisory. Our main focus naturally tonight, though, is going to remain with Typhoon Noru, an extremely dangerous storm about to reach the Philippine Islands, a Category 5 with winds of 175 miles per hour. There's a wide shot showing its approach. Eastern side getting increasingly shredded there. That really looks like wind shear, actually. And if it encroaches a little bit further, then it will be in real danger of reaching the eye itself, and then the storm would really have a bad day. You seeing that, Patrick?
Sorry, Nathan?
The effect of the wind shear on the eastern side of the storm quite clearly.
What, for Ian?
For Noru.
Yeah, I'm noticing that. I'm seeing that the eastern, basically the good chunk of the eastern side is actually shrinking.
It's
just
almost
appear that
getting
it is
blown
being
away.
It is. It looks
Fingers
like
crossed
eastern...
here that if that continues for a little longer, it will reach the eye, and that would just cause a catastrophic collapse of the storm structure, and that'd be great news for everyone involved.
That would be excellent news, and yeah, I am noticing that it is actually retracting back to the eye. So we absolutely pray that that continues over the next couple of hours. However, still a very intense storm nevertheless. We are going with 175 miles an hour and a pressure of 912. And still waiting the JTWC advisory on Noru, which should be coming out.
Let me just check to see if they did any overrides or corrections. No, it looks like they're going to go with 160 miles per hour 919 whenever their forecast does emerge. They can be... The timing is very unpredictable usually on the JTWC, but we should hear something in the next hour. Crazy storm here. Typhoon Noru, Philippine name Karding. Maybe a brief light at the end of the tunnel, with that wind shear shredding, really shredding the eastern side of the storm. Hasn't yet reached the eye, but if it does, then that storm will rapidly lose some of its intensity, not all. It will probably still be a typhoon guaranteed, or even a major typhoon by the time it makes landfall, even if it does do its work. In the meantime, it is still a Category 5 storm, and we're now expecting tremendous impacts on the Polillo Islands and for southern Aurora province. This is as dangerous as it gets. Category 5 status. There's no categories higher than that. As far as I'm concerned, Polillo Island should be Signal 5 from Pagasa, but it is Signal 4 officially, and Signal 3 for Aurora, which personally I would put at 4. Let's see if we can get some more comments. This is Force 13 Live. Not much of this is scripted, just our small breaks at the end of every hour, so things just happen spontaneously here. Sort of like it that way. George says a forced evacuation was ordered in Jomalig Island of Quezon. Disaster reduction efforts might just be starting now. So if that's true, that's a small island very close to Polillo. but I'm not sure. I mean, an evacuation now there would be dangerous, so I don't know if that's true. Or maybe it's old news. But evacuating from one island to another would be very dangerous at this moment. Let's see what else we have here. No other comments just at this time, I don't think, but start your message with Force 13 all in text and we'll get to some. Brandon says, are we seeing an increase with lightning in Tropical Storm Ian? Right, let's go and take a look at some proper imagery for Ian right now and see what we can see regarding that. Just going to take me a little moment to set up my next scene for you, and then we'll be able to take a look at it live. Wonder what's the best kind of imagery we should look at today. Probably the one that shows the lower cloud coverage. So here we go. There's a look right now at what Ian is looking like. And now let's turn on the lightning. And I'm struggling. Oh, nope, there it is. There's lots of lightning going on in that convective burst that's just happened. You see all those little yellow flashes? So there's definitely lightning going on in there. Let's just turn that satellite imagery off for a moment. And you can see all across the ocean there's loads of lightning strikes going on all over the place. Let me just try and get some kind of imagery where it doesn't completely drown out those lightning strikes. Let's try this. Fingers crossed. There we go. So that shows you quite nicely where all of the storms are, the lightning within the storm and outside of it. And you can see along the coast of Cuba, lots of it there, partly associated with the storm, but in the main area it's that convective burst that's producing a few lightning strikes, and a little bit on the western side as well. Interesting to note. Not a huge amount, but a fair amount of lightning for a tropical cyclone there. And lightning is generally a sign of strengthening, particularly when it's in a developed eye wall. Whilst we look at this for a few moments, we'll take some more questions on Ian. Will Ian impact Charleston, South Carolina, and if so, how bad would the damage be? I'm sure that question was asked earlier, actually, but it's going to be very long range to see Charleston at this moment in time. There may not be a storm left by the time it gets over there, but in the same token, it could still be a hurricane. It's still way too far out, I'm afraid. And if Noru's eye does collapse, what are our predictions on its intensity and category? Well, it doesn't have much time until landfall, which is bad news, because now that it's got to these strong winds, it will take a little bit of time for it to start weakening again. But look in those latest frames, that convection really blowing up, fighting against that wind shear. This is a big battle right now. But if wind shear did get to it now, then I would probably say it would be a low-end Category 4 landfall or possibly high-end Category 3. And I reckon that's the best thing we could ever hope for at this point. We are... If it's still moving at the same speed pretty much, so we're potentially only 4.5 hours from landfall. So it would take a little while for the storm to weaken. And certainly wouldn't weaken as fast as it strengthened, I don't think. Anything from our team right now? Anything you'd like to bring up? I think they're all quiet and busy looking at the situation.
Sorry, I was busy looking at something else here. Based on the fact that we're seeing that the eastern extent of Noru is projecting back to the core of the eye, There is a sign that Noru could collapse. It's not 100% guaranteed. However, as Nathan pointed out earlier, there is a possibility, although not guaranteed, that given this latest satellite imagery trend, we could be seeing some reprieve for people within the path of Noru. However, this is most likely not going to have any impact on the storm's intensity. In general, it will still cause major impacts, regardless. Regarding Tropical Storm Ian, it is becoming better defined by the moment, by the minute. I would expect at the NHC advisory that they could go a bit higher than 45 miles an hour, potentially 50 miles an hour, and they could be updating. They will be updating the cone within the next hour or so, and we could see a more westward shift in the cone given latest model guidance from the Investment Bureau.
Yeah, that's going to be a big moment when that happens to see exactly what happens
We
to
will be here
that
for it.
cone.
We will be here for it.
People asking about how we come about the 175 mile an hour estimate as well. That came from our team earlier. I thought they might have provided a discussion on it, but they haven't. But I agreed with it based on the satellite appearance of very powerful cloud tops, which it still is, well into the minus 70s, really blowing out there. An eye temperature earlier of 20 degrees Celsius. And so when you put those together, satellite estimates would yield probably 175 miles per hour. Very strong. Unfortunately, we are left with just satellite estimates when we don't have observations on the ground or with recon planes, unlike in the Atlantic, which has a lot more resources to throw at those storms. We only start to hear about it when the storms actually make landfall, if there's an observation point there. Some of these sparser locations, especially along the eastern coast of Luzon, may not have pressure readings right in the eye. So in many instances it becomes an educated guess or an inference based on the satellite presentation. And we know that sometimes it can be wildly incorrect. We know that. Otherwise we wouldn't have called Fiona a Category 4 last night. Yesterday, before it made landfall in Nova Scotia. Because it looked like a weakening storm. Like probably a low Category 3. But there we go. Let's get some more questions then. Do we think Ian will do a last minute turn into Florida? Could be the case. It might be. That would be quite dramatic, but it is possible. And a question about recon there as well. Do we have any information about current recon operations?
Not at the moment. I can. There is a 6th mission into Ian. Currently, recon is departing, or it's in progress. So, Piers recon just started, so we will have to wait on that.
So is that 1 or 2 flights?
1 flight from my best estimate.
So that's word on recon, and are they in the storm?
I think they just departed.
They've left.
It says
the storm.
in storm. I think they are on their way to the storm. It does. Yeah, it says in progress, so I don't think they're in the storm.
I'm confused now. I'm not sure whether they're in the storm or not.
It says in progress, so it's most likely that they left and they are currently en route.
I don't know.
Well, it looks like, well, by how the message sounds, looks like they are arriving or en route to arrive into the storm. Because it says in progress.
Let me try and find out. There is a storm. There's a plane right now that has set off from St. Croix not very long ago. So yeah, they are headed towards Ian right now, and they'll probably get. Trying to figure out how fast these planes move, and I don't know if they'll get there in time for the next National Hurricane Center advisory. But maybe they'll try and get in there as well. They'll obviously want to go there as quickly as possible and see if they can get some readings before the next advisory. Although I suppose it's not a particularly important mission at this time, because it appears that not very much is changing with the storm. Although with every convective burst that you see, that could be an increase in speed in its winds. So, but it's, we've not got a rapidly intensifying Category 3 hurricane yet, so it's not of utmost importance just yet. We'll have regular updates on Ian throughout its life through the Caribbean Sea, but of course our main focus right now is the extraordinary events of Typhoon Noru, which went from Category 1 intensity yesterday afternoon in the Philippines to a Category 5 early this morning, and is still marauding towards the coast of eastern Luzon, with estimated winds of 175 miles per hour sustained. This is Force 13 Live. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you have any questions or comments for us. And comments keep coming in all the time. And YouTube is no longer letting me scroll up, which is annoying. Now it is. How is Tacloban going to fare with Noru? Well, good news there. It is nowhere near Tacloban at all. So they'll barely feel anything. Why does it look like the eastern side of the eye wall is starting to get its structure again? Hope not, since wind shear might be a really big help to prevent record-breaking disaster. Look on the right-hand side. The storm is fighting back. Maybe that's temporary, but the wind shear is creeping closer. And when you look at a wider shot, it looks more apparent that the storm is almost getting blown away by all of that going on. It's fascinating to watch, but the stakes are very high here. Also on the movement, it is still pretty much due west, so every moment that it continues due west is slightly better news for Manila. If it continues westwards the whole time, then Manila will probably get borderline typhoon conditions. Rather than potentially Category 3, 4 conditions. Look at that wide shot, and most of the storm has been pushed right onto the western side. Wind shear coming from the east, really doing a number on its structure, and just a little bit more of a push and the eye will no longer hold itself, and we might see a spectacular, well, we'd hope, we can cross our fingers for a spectacular demise, but even if the eye was to completely capitulate right now, it would probably still be Category 3 at least when it reaches Polillo Island in about 4 or 5 hours, and still be a typhoon, a significant typhoon, when it moves through the rest of Luzon. Could we see radar for Typhoon Noru? Well, I've been looking at radar returns, but I'm not sure how accurate or not it is, or just very low res, because latest images show that the eye is closed, and I'm not sure if that's true, and I wouldn't want to instill false hope, especially when the previous image showed a wide open eye. I don't buy it that the eye would close in just 10 minutes. But that's the raw data we're seeing. You never know. Maybe that is happening. Now then, has Noru reached its peak? Is it weakening now? Question mark. Good question. We think that it is at its peak right now, and that it may be just about to start that descent and weaken just a little bit at the moment. Okay, so loads more comments there, a few messages of thanks, and it's always, you know, this is what we do. It's what we've been doing for over 10 years now of storm tracking here at Force 13. So if you do enjoy our coverage, please share and get the word out. People say that we do the best coverage. I'm not really one to say that. It's up to you to decide whether we do good coverage or not, but we certainly put our effort into it. It's extremely difficult at times. It can be very taxing, even just broadcasting it, never mind actually being in these storms. But we always provide honesty. We don't really hype things up. But this is an extreme scenario that's occurred regarding this storm. A storm that we were expecting that would only be a tropical storm or a borderline typhoon ended up being a Category 5 storm. The highest category possible, of course. Signal 4 warnings for Polillo Island and Signal 3 for the eastern coast of Luzon. Any news from the JTWC?
At the moment, no updates.
No updates from the JTWC still at this point. So let's now take a look at Pegasus Cone, because we've not shown that yet, and it's obviously wise to. And here it is. I was hoping we'd be able to see a bit further towards the western side. That's okay. So this is Pegasus Cone right now. Super Typhoon, they have it. This was as of 5 AM, so a little while ago. On their forecast, they only expect it to reach Polillo Island at 5 PM, which I don't see happening at all, because, as a matter of fact, if we were to measure where the storm is right now compared to where it is on that forecast, so considering it's nearly 10 AM now, the storm should be probably close to that, probably close to the red circle that's around the center of the storm. That's showing 48 knot winds. So it's probably on the edge of that by now, if that track forecast is correct. In actuality, its current position is a little bit further beyond that. Not as much as I thought, actually, but it's a little bit further beyond that. So I expect that landfall will happen a little bit sooner than 5 PM. And then it'll be in the afternoon. And then moving through southern Aurora province, it expects that the storm will leave the Philippines around 5 AM or a little bit later tomorrow. I don't know, it's difficult to assess its movement. It looks fast, but when you actually take a look at the proper coordinates, it's only a little bit faster than what the forecast is saying. Back to that imagery and those enormous cloud tops booming as it approaches the islands, the eastern side of the eye wall, fighting off that strong wind shear that's well apparent there in the eastern side. When you look at the northeastern part of the storm, once you get beyond the eye wall, there's not much else, thanks to all of that wind shear. And there once again is...
Update on Recon. Sorry to interrupt, Nathan. Recon will be about 90 minutes till they reach the center of Ian.
Right, so we won't get any recon information on Ian prior to the National Hurricane Center update. Keep sending in your comments and questions right now. Exotic says that they appreciate our coverage on the storm. Thank you very much for your support today. And we always try to do our best. The GFS was wrong about Noru being a tropical storm before landfall, says Tropical Storm Alton Ebron. Absolutely. Did Noru break the record for the fastest intensification? Nearly. Our team are suggesting at the moment that it may have been the 5th fastest intensification rate ever, but that is preliminary, and I imagine there'll be a lot of reanalysis going on after the fact. A Moment of Lovely sends us more support. Thank you very much for that. Our chat mod, once again, thanks for the coverage. Calming the mind, apparently. Well, hopefully to an extent, but we are expecting really serious conditions to be affecting this area fairly soon. Latest imagery suggests here that there may just be the first signs of the northeastern eye wall having trouble. Let's hope so. Once again, I would hate to be putting out false hope, but that is what I'm seeing with my own eyes here. Maybe just the first sign that the northeastern eye wall is starting to have some problems.
And in general, the cloud tops are decreasing generally in the northeastern quadrant of Noru, so it's kind of a bit of good news, but still I don't think it's going to be enough to weaken particularly this cyclone. So unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a really intense landfall. Not sure if it's going to be a Cat 5 in the next 3 or 4 hours, but I don't think substantial weakening will happen, even that the wind shear is trying to take toll of the eye.
Will Typhoon Karding be making landfall on the capital area, Manila? Well, it can't really, because it would have to travel overland before moving over there, strictly speaking. So that's the good news about Manila, is that the storm would weaken a little bit overland before it reaches the city area. They could still get typhoon force winds, and maybe a little bit more at a worst case scenario. We're watching extremely closely every single satellite frame here for any possible deviations to the south, which would spell real trouble. Models suggest that it's more likely now that it would start to curve just a little bit to the north before it reaches landfall, and that's what we're really holding out for, certainly from the perspective of the capital region. And we're just seeing if there's any other comments here, but please
Still
send them
waiting
in if
for the
you have any questions.
Still waiting for the JTWC update, which is when do they update the or when do they send out their next advisory? We don't know.
It is on the late side now, that's for sure. I mean, usually they do it earlier than the posted time, but sometimes they can keep you waiting for a while, definitely.
Absolutely. Just gonna look through the chat to find more questions to answer while I try to remain awake and not tired.
Let's show some more satellite radar frames, which is a real mess, but here is what we've been seeing on the radar, and see if you can make your own conclusions. Those last two frames, disregard those, the blocky ones. That's a future cast, and it's not. It's a forecast, so it's very blurred. But you can see in some of those frames that the storm comes in and out of an eye, and whether those closed, the frames where the eye isn't very visible there, are true, accurate, compared to the ones where the eye is completely open in those earlier frames. That's what we're getting from Philippine radars right now. You can certainly see its movement though. Maybe a slight northerly jog for a brief period, but in general the motion has been pretty much arrow straight west.
Absolutely. We just received a couple of questions here. What are the wave heights with Noru?
That is a very good question, because I don't know how much time they would have to catch up. But they say that information on the JTWC advisory. Could you have a look at that, the last advisory, and see what they say?
Let me pull that up while I relay another question here. What do we think Noru's peak winds could be if wind shear is weak?
Oh man. If there was no wind shear, then you might have even been looking at 200 miles an hour. But we're not. Alright, you're looking at that JTWC page right now, and it should say somewhere.
Where though is it?
Is it at the bottom?
Yes. Oh, it's the JTWC cone. Let me pull that up. It's on the cone. That should be where we should find. Okay, there we go. 30 feet.
30 feet.
30 feet. I say higher than that, but based on JTWC, we're looking at about 30 feet.
And that is wave height at sea. You get really high waves at sea, but when they come towards land, those waves get much smaller. Nonetheless, you could still be looking at maybe a 10 feet surge or something along those lines, 12 feet. That's around 3 to 4 meters, the worst case scenario along some of these islands and the coast of Luzon. Will Karding make landfall on Thailand? ? No. There's the possibility that maybe some of its distant remnants might limp across Indochina and arrive in parts of Thailand, but certainly no landfall there. Do we think Ian will be stronger at the next update? Oh, that's a tough one. They might up it to 50.
They might bump it up to 50. They might keep it at 45. I do know that they definitely are going to change the intensity forecast, though, by a long shot.
They will?
I will.
What do you think
I
they'll
honestly
do?
expect. All right. So, given the fact that we still have a wide area of maxed out ocean heat content, my opinion is that they are going to potentially up the wind speeds of a Cuban landfall to maybe about 120, weaken the storm slightly down back to 115, and then increase the storm to about 130, 135, and then potentially put a landfall in Florida somewhere at about 110 miles an hour. That's just my guesstimation, and we'll see if that comes to fruition in some degree. In the next hour and 3 minutes here, as we wait anxiously for the big update of the night. What is 175 mile per hour to kilometers per hour? Because Typhoon Yolanda is 315 kilometers per hour.
This is something like 280, I think. It's in that general area. Still extremely powerful.
I'll do a quick conversion here. About 281.
There we go.
Basically.
There we go. Yep.
Something that was issued by the JTWC was a TCFA for 96W. They say I can actually pull up the TCFA text. Formation of a significant tropical cyclone is possible within 200 nautical miles either side of a line from 16.1 degrees north, 146.5 degrees east, 24.1 degrees north, 142.8
Basically,
degrees
it's
east.
the other system on the right-hand side of the screen here. The one there headed
90
towards the Mariana Islands.
96W.
And that is probably going to become a tropical storm or even a typhoon, but should stay away from land areas. We'll have more of Noru and update hour for Ian coming up after this. Stay tuned. This is Force 13 Live. We'll be right back after this. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Typhoon Noru is approaching the coast of the Philippines. Philippine name Karding. It is likely to strike Polillo Islands, possibly near its peak intensity, which it currently has, of Category 5 status. Winds currently estimated at 175 miles per hour, around 280 kilometers per hour, and a central pressure estimate of 912. Maybe those radar pictures were right, because the eye is shriveling up on satellite imagery. Well, that would be great news. The eye disappearing almost on that satellite imagery there, and a clear sign that this storm is no longer at its very peak. And so hopefully from this point forth we might start to see some weakening before it reaches landfall, and that would of course be good news for everyone. We're here for just the next hour and a little bit extra to pick up all of the advisories and information from the National Hurricane Center and from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Back in the studio, my name is Nathan Foy here once again, and I'll be taking you through this next hour of coverage. I'm also joined by AWX, Cesar and Patrick for this hour of discussion. And the latest satellite imagery is telling. What do we make of that?
Absolutely to agree with what we've been saying for the past couple minutes here. It is an absolute clear observation that Noru is becoming a bit more disorganized here, and it's getting sheared apart almost. That eastern side of the storm is getting retracted closer to the eye, which leads us to believe that although there still be major impacts, we could see a massive reprieve given latest satellite trends.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not exactly a fanfare moment, but it is a clear sign that this storm is starting to weaken here, and we may see less of an impact than we would have seen, although what we were expecting was possibly complete devastation in some of these areas, now to nearly complete devastation, which is only slightly less bad, but still extremely terrible. We'll also have to monitor this very closely to see whether there's any sign that it moves north or south compared to its current position, and that will obviously make have big ramifications for Metro Manila and for other locations in central Luzon. There are Signal 4 warnings in effect for Polillo Island right now. I think they should still be Signal 5 personally. Signal 3 warnings for large parts of Aurora and Quezon, and some of that should probably be Signal 4. Also Signal 3 for Northern Laguna, Rizal, Northern Metro Manila, Bulacan, Southern Nueva Ecija and Eastern Pampanga provinces. Signal 2 warnings, I should also mention for Camarines Norte as well, the northern part there, Signal 3. Signal 2 warnings then, extending up the east coast as far as southern Isabela and down to Catanduanes, and also to Camarines Sur, almost all of it, and on the western coast from Batangas to La Union, the northern extent. Signal 1 warnings in the blue areas start from south to north this time from Masbate, Sorsogon, Albay, southern Camarines Sur, Marinduque, northernmost Mindoro, and then up towards the northern part of Luzon up to southern Cagayan and southern Ilocos Norte. So, incredible turn of events regarding this storm, which rapidly intensified at a ridiculous rate. Our team of analysts quoted saying that it was the 5th most rapid intensification phase of any storm. And out of a field of about 15,000 recorded storms in history, that's pretty darn impressive. Oh, blimey. But clearly, recent images are showing that wind shear has really started to come in here and is changing the appearance of the storm, really disheveling the eastern side of it, and the eye is now responding and is struggling and shriveling up, and we may well see, unless it starts to hold it off soon and build back, we may well see a collapse of that eye wall in hopefully fairly short order. This is not the only code red system that we have right now. There is another major event going on, and that's in the form of Tropical Storm Ian. Recon are on the way, but they won't get an update on it, or they won't be able to pass through the storm prior to the National Hurricane Center update, which is coming up at 11 o'clock Eastern Time. So we wait for that. We'll get that information on the air live before the end of this stream, and then you'll be able to take a look at the forecast cone. The big question, will the cone shift at all? Will it move east? Will it move west? Different answers and suggestions as to which way it might go. The GFS suggesting a much more westward track at the 18Z run that came out a while back. It did a massive shift to the west. However, in its latest update at the moment, it is moving a little bit north of where the cone has it, and so that must surely provoke an eastward shift in that cone. A hurricane warning for Grand Cayman and a tropical storm watch for Little Cayman. And Jamaica, they relinquished all of their warnings a little bit earlier on. They just had a tropical storm watch, and you can see with the storm's tiny wind field that you can barely see, that pretty much wasn't warranted. So we're covering both systems at the same time. We're guided by your input. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you've got any comments or questions, or observations if you're on the ground near either of these storms. If it's safe to do so, please feel free to let us know how things are in your place and how you're holding up. Sanger Jordan says, do you think that Georgia can get heavy impacts if it moves more west? Well, the southern part of Georgia obviously could get some significant impacts, and I would say maybe in excess of 10 inches of rain and possibly some hurricane force winds at a worst case scenario, but that is speculative at this point. Is it still going to make landfall as a Category 5 question mark? Well, that is another one of those big questions right now. Clearly not a 175 mile an hour appearance at this point. Radical changes, and what you will often find is that with rapidly changing storms, rapidly intensifying storms, they can often dissipate very quickly as well. Usually not quite as fast as this would have to match its rapid intensification phase. So I think it is, if this continues for a moment longer, then I'll probably say that a landfall as a Category 5 probably won't happen anymore, and that of course would be splendid news. But we're just gonna have to wait and see. But still looking very impressive at this point. Let me see if there's any new radar images. None really at the moment. We get them about every 10 minutes in this region. So for the time being, nothing just yet. We really didn't expect that we'd be covering this storm in as much detail as we are. This is a massive feature that's formed out of virtually almost nothing, when we thought we'd be doing a lot more coverage on Ian tonight, actually. But of course, this is a major impacting storm right now that's way ahead of what the forecasts projected. There's going to have to be a big look and a little bit of a investigation into how the forecasts could have got it so wrong on all levels from all agencies, and we still get some of these unexpected incidents that really just sort of sometimes I guess it makes you feel at points that you're back to square one when it comes to forecasting these things. They always go out and surprise you. But the good news right now for those on the ground, and that's the main reason we're here, is that the storm is starting to weaken again after reaching that incredible Category 5 peak. Some of those grey areas, minus 70-degree cloud tops, are already reaching the coast, the Polillo Islands now. And with that, most likely tropical storm force winds at least, probably getting towards 50-knot winds now at this point. I don't think any typhoon conditions will have been received on any of those islands yet. Let's do another little inference on the movement and figure out once again just how quickly it's moved. Let me just take another look at the last 6 hours. You're going to hear a lot of clicking. So in 6 hours now, the movement has been 118 kilometers west-southwest. So once again, it's still roughly 33 kilometers per hour. If it keeps up that speed, 33 kilometers per hour, then it will get to Polillo Island in approximately 4 hours or less. So what time would that make it? 2 p.m. So I've been quite consistent in saying that the earliest possible arrival time is 2 p.m. for Polillo Island. The thing that might change though is that we might see a little bit of a curve to the north and possibly a bit of a slowdown as well. We're going to have to watch very closely for that potentially happening. I don't know if we'll be able to notice that this hour, but after our stream concludes tonight, if you just stay on this video, and it will automatically redirect you back to the automated feed, which shows several different views of this storm in real time, all the time. But before then, we've got loads of updates to get through. National Hurricane Center will update on Ian and all the other systems by the end of this hour. So we'll want to keep on top of that, and we certainly will. Regarding this storm though, we're still waiting for the JTWC, which should be declaring a Category 5 only just at this point, despite it being stronger than that for a little while already. Patrick, have they come out with it yet? It must be soon. If he's even here. Looks like he's taken a little bit of a
Guess he disappeared.
for a moment. That's Cesar there. As far as I can tell, the JWC haven't yet issued their update, so they're taking the time with it.
Well, it's not really normal that they took time on updating a potential Category 5 typhoon making landfall.
Well, they do.
It's quite... Well, they do, but they shouldn't.
Maybe. How much stronger could Ian be at 11 p.m? Says Sandy. Says that Dvorak estimates have it at 49 knots. That's interesting. I think National Hurricane Center will not go that high though. I think they might do an update to 50 miles per hour now. Hedging their bets a little bit, considering that Recon is on the way, and they'd look a little foolish if Recon only got 40-mile-an-hour winds or something like that, and they went to 60 miles an hour right now. You know, they would look very foolish. So I reckon they'll go to 50. They may even stay at 45, just so that they can wait for Recon to bring in more of the more accurate info. What is the eye temperature right now? It's definitely warming. Let me try and get a little indication here. I wonder if it's still in the positives even. I reckon it's nowhere near the positives anymore. Looking at this, I would suggest that the eye temperature now is probably about -10, -20. So, real collapse beginning in the eye of this storm. But for the time being, it is still a formidable Category 5 typhoon. Everyone should still be preparing for the worst. And in this area, even a storm that weakens to a Category 3 or 2 or 1. Considering that it was a Category 5 so close to this point, it will still be bringing along a lot of its power and energy, if not in the form of wind, then in the form of rain or storm surge, up to 4 meters possibly. Rainfall amounts, we could see 300 millimeters, and I think that might be a low ball. That was from a GFS model. Maybe even 400 to 500 millimeters in some parts of central Luzon. Those would probably be isolated maximums though, but I would imagine that the potential for real serious flooding and landslides is absolutely there. Gee, well, another comment: will Atlantic hurricane season last a month longer than usual due to the warmer sea surface temperatures? It doesn't really work like that. It's usually, I mean, I guess it has more of a chance that you'll get a late season storm, but it's not usually the sea surface temperatures that define whether the season lasts longer. It's usually due to climatological patterns, and that's usually influenced a lot more from the Pacific Ocean. Is Manila going to experience strong winds and rain? Well, I can guarantee both of those. They're very relative terms, but they will get strong winds and they will get heavy rain, absolutely. Manila may well get around 200, 250 millimeters of rainfall, and they may also get typhoon force winds if the worst comes to worst. Right now, I think they might just get away with typhoon force gusts, and Signal 3 warnings are definitely justified for that entire region. Any prediction of named storms will end in the Atlantic hurricane season or the Pacific typhoon season? The final number of named storms, I assume you mean. I've lost track of where we're even up to with both basins, so I'm not really going to take that question right now, but there's still a lot of this season to go, mark my words. Late season, there could still be a lot of activity backloaded into the late season. Is Tropical Storm Ian going to be a Category 4 hurricane near Florida? It certainly could, and we'll be interested to see what the National Hurricane Center says on the next forecast. This is the last forecast for reference. And you'll note those M dots for major hurricane, that's Category 3 or higher. The 2 later M dots there, that's Category 4 in those dots. The main question though is whether the cone will shift east or west. when we get to the 11 p.m. advisory. And then the next question would be whether the intensity forecast has changed, but I doubt it. I think they'll keep it pretty much the same. Adam says, will Malolos or Pasig City get high damage? I've not heard of that first location actually, and I need to remind myself where Pasig City is, but I know it's round and about. Right, let's have a look here. Well, that didn't work. I'm trying to find these places again. Yes, so Pasig is very close to Manila. I didn't see it there amongst all the place names. So, okay, you're on the eastern side of Manila, of course, so that makes it a little bit more vulnerable to the stronger winds, particularly from a storm like this. And Malolos as well, that's way up towards the northwest as well. Malolos will definitely get stronger winds. You're looking at the areas such as there, San Fernando, Angeles or Angeles, I'm not sure of pronunciation on that, Mabalacat, all up those locations towards Cabanatuan. Those locations will get typhoon force winds, probably certain. But for Pasig, near Manila, you're probably looking at tropical storm force winds, not typhoon force. Unless we see a quick dive to the south from this storm, which the more we look at it, the more I'm looking at it right now, it appears to be less and less likely. There once again is some new imagery. Look at that, the eye shriveling up as it starts to turn northwestwards a little bit, I think. So maybe some more good news starting to appear here. The eye completely shriveling up. It was bound to happen, wind shear taking its toll, and maybe just a little bit of a northwesterly movement there. And that would be great news for everyone.
Also, Nathan, there's a question from Vonkawell, and it's asking, how big is the wind field of Noru right now?
Yep, so I guess the best way to illustrate that now is through the Pegasa cone. And let's once again show you that. So there's the Pegasa cone. I'm sure many people in the Philippines are familiar with how it works, but if not, the orange area there are the wind radials. That's the area of 22 knot winds or higher, 39 kilometers per hour. And the red zone is areas with storm force winds of at least 89 kilometers per hour or higher. So wind field, you know, it's substantial. It's not that large, but it is definitely substantial, and you're seeing a large area of Luzon that will get the 39 kilometer per hour winds. And fairly soon, as soon as we get the new JTWC cone, we'll be able to see what they have on their forecast and their wind radials as well. Patrick, any news on that? Well, I thought he was there again. Seems not. As far as I know, there is no new information from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. We are looking out to hear from them shortly. We expect that they'll have some news very soon. They're due to do the update by the end of the hour. Actually, we do have the update. So they have gone category 5 at 160 miles per hour, which is what we were expecting, and they are expecting it to maintain 160 miles per hour. I can tell you right now that will not happen if this storm continues to shrivel up in the way it's doing on the satellite imagery. And let's see if we have the new cone then. Do we have it? They've not got the new cone out yet, but they have the forecast. And those who are wondering about Vietnam, I actually didn't know that they were forecasting a Category 4 landfall on Vietnam. I actually didn't know that. And they are now forecasting a 140 mile an hour landfall on the coast of Vietnam. And that is probably the strongest landfall in central Vietnam ever recorded. If that happens. So that's what they're forecasting at their latest update, the JTWC. An extremely powerful landfall for Vietnam, according to their latest forecast. Fairly soon, we will start to see the updates from National Hurricane Center start trickling in, and we'll be able to relay that information as soon as possible. Some of them may start coming out within the next few minutes even, especially with the storms that aren't really doing anything. The National Hurricane Center try and get in there as quickly as possible, really. Let's get some more questions whilst we wait. Any thoughts that what will Quezon City get associated with Noru? So that is quite up there as well. Yeah, so you could possibly get typhoon force gusts and signal 3 conditions, I would say definitely, and that covers winds of between around 55 and 75 or 80 miles per hour. In kilometers per hour, it was something like I think it's between 90 and 115 kilometers per hour, something like that. We now wait for the National Hurricane Center's updates, but in the meantime, wind shear has become our friend in the last few hours, as it started to really blow away this storm, and it's still fighting back, but Noru is losing that battle right now, with the eye shriveling up quite a bit, moving possibly a little bit north of west now. All great news for the Metro Manila area. This storm now looks to be starting to weaken, and once that trend begins, I think it will continue, and fingers crossed we'll see a weaker landfall in eastern Aurora. And that's also good news. That area is less populated. Of course, there are still locations there that could be right in harm's way. Places like Dingalan. In fact, that's really the only place that might get a landfall now if this northwestward movement comes good. And then continuing through the western, towards the west through central Luzon. Crazy times, but hopefully it's going to be rapid weakening. Patrick, we've got you with us now.
Sorry, my computer died. I had to put it back on the charger, but I am back. 28 minutes till the next NHC advisory, and we have just received 2 advisories have just came out on Tropical Storm Gaston and Tropical Storm Hermine. Gaston has actually, if I am not mistaken, strengthened.
No.
If I'm wrong. If I am not wrong, I think Gaston has strengthened from... Yep, it has.
Gaston.
Gaston is now up to 50 miles an hour with a pressure of 997 millibars. And Tropical Depression Hermine, 35 miles an hour.
Tropical storm warnings remain in effect for Flores and Corvo in the western Azores. They are expecting Gaston to turn post-tropical at in the next 12 hours. It's on its way already, as you can see on this satellite imagery. It's barely clinging on. To be honest, I'm surprised they didn't already declare it post-tropical. Just to let you know what the information is there, it's been interacting with an upper level trough just to its west for the past several hours. You can see it there. which has helped to regenerate deep convection over the northern semicircle. I'm not sure about that. This has brought Gaston some more time as a tropical cyclone. Enough said, I guess. So Hermine down to a tropical depression as well. There it is. It looks absolutely appalling. No warnings in effect. Barely holding on as a tropical cyclone, they say. I'd have called them both remnant lows, I reckon, by now.
I'm surprised Gaston strengthened.
I don't know. We're still waiting for the National Hurricane Center for the big one, though. Tropical Storm Ian. As soon as that information comes out and cone adjustments, that's going to be a big update once that drops from the National Hurricane Center. Patrick, I don't know if you heard me earlier on, but when your stuff was playing up, the JTWC advisory came out. There's no new cone yet, but they're now expecting a 140 mile an hour landfall in Vietnam.
Wow.
I know.
Also, update. Newton, tropical storm or tropical depression. Newton is barely holding on as a tropical depression.
Another one that's barely holding on.
Yeah, and I don't if you checked your attention spot, but I think someone who is not in the call has found a center on Ian on satellite imagery.
On Ian? Did you
That
say?
is correct. I actually have satellite pulled up on it, and it's not loading. Actually, no, it is loading. And I kind of see a center trying to develop there. Its center's becoming a bit more defined.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh yeah, it's losing convection, but that center is becoming a bit more defined. So maybe we will see a strengthening.
It's going to have to start soon.
Start soon. Maybe we'll get 50 miles an hour at the Missouri, which I hope we get soon.
Someone informs me that the Gaston imagery was old. Let's just check that again. Was there more convection? Oh, yes, there was. Look at that. Wow, Gaston. You go. Well, that clearly is still a tropical storm then.
Gaston's holding on for dear life. Just like Newton and Karding.
Remarkable.
And Ian, please come out with your advisory.
We'll get that soon. It can't be far off. Let's check some more imagery on Noru right now. Let's just quickly go to that visible view. It looked so amazing earlier on. It is now getting more disheveled even from a visible perspective. What we're seeing here is generally some good news starting to come out that this storm is starting to have real difficulty with its eye and eye wall. Another new frame coming in there and a further disintegration of the eye. And if you remember when we were debating the radar returns earlier on, whether they were true or not, looks like they were. Looks like radar had this nailed down before we saw it on the satellite. Let's see if we can go back to that radar and just look and see whether the movement has changed. Obviously radar is more accurate than the satellite imagery, and actually radar appearance seems to have improved. Let's just look at this. There's a new frame and motion there. Don't ignore the blocky areas there at the end. That's just a future cast. And I think that is a slight turn to the west-northwest according to radar. Yep, I think that's a slight turn to the west-northwest a little bit, which is good news for Metro Manila. I reckon at this point that Manila will probably not get typhoon conditions. but you'll still get strong storm conditions. Fascinating. Well, we'll still be waiting for a wee bit whilst we consider Ian's future. This once again was the last National Hurricane Center cone from 8 p.m. The 11 p.m. advisory is due out any time. Is it still moving north of compared to what it was expected? And does that mean that the cone will shift eastwards? Or will the National Hurricane Center have a little bit of a change of heart when it considers the earlier GFS model, which took it pretty crazily much further towards the west? And or might they both balance themselves out and we might just look at a pretty identical cone for the next update? Patrick, if you could take one or two questions. I just gotta run away for 1 minute here whilst I get a few more things sorted out.
Yeah, sure. That should not be a problem. Let me back fast. Next advisory is at 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. How cool are the waters in the Gulf as Ian is expected to?
All right.
Waters in the Gulf of Mexico are not cool at all. I can, yeah, they're not.
And oceanic heat content is decent as you enter the Gulf as well, but it's the Caribbean. I mean,
it's maxed.
Something that we've not spoken about tonight, Patrick, and what we were actually talking about a lot in previous streams is the Western Caribbean and the potential for this storm to explosively intensify over that area. Do you think it's still there?
It's downtrended a bit, but yes, still, honestly, given that we still have maxed out off the scale oceanic heat content in the Western Caribbean combined with 30 plus degrees Celsius sea surface temperatures, I think Ian still has a very good window to Pacific.
All right, we're struggling to hear you a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it's probably intensify rapidly before it gets to Cuba and potentially make landfall as a category. Maybe even stronger.
There's a close-up imagery of Ian again on the unenhanced infrared this time, and follow that rotation and you'll find the center and two big blobs of convection north and the eastern side, very close to that center. It's still got some way to go if it's going to become a substantial hurricane, but there is every chance that it will. National Hurricane Center set to update very shortly. We'll be here to run that update as soon as it happens. But also looking again at Noru, Philippine name Karding. Still an extremely powerful storm. No doubt it's weakened from 175 miles per hour now, but it is still powerful when you look at it, and is still very close to land and getting closer. Let me just get a position update now. It's been a while since we last had one of those. So our latest estimate, we have it at 67 kilometers from some of those small islands off the northern coast of Camarines Norte. I've lost the name of that island again. 136 kilometers from Polillo. 162 from Infanta, and if it goes to Dingalan, it's 193 kilometers from there.
Breaking news, JTWC is now going with 140 knots for is maintaining 140 knots for Noru with gusts of up to 170 knots.
Indeed it is, and I'm sorry to tell you, but we actually broke that news whilst you were broken earlier on. But I didn't relay the 170 knot gusts. That's also pretty important. Very powerful wind gusts. And right now, 239 kilometers from Manila. Any minute we'll have new information from Tropical Storm Ian, and I'm sure everyone is watching that one very closely, looking out for that next advisory, the 11 PM advisory, and then we'll be signing off here. But those who are interested in Typhoon Noru, of course in the Philippines, after we go off air in a moment. In fact, if you stay on the stream here, YouTube will automatically redirect you to our automated stream of Typhoon Noru, and there you can take a look at the storm in loads more different satellite perspectives than we have here, 24/7, so you'll be able to take a look at your leisure there. Looks like the new JTWC cone is out. Do you have it? Someone just mentioned that to me, and I know we're expecting it very shortly.
I have it up.
You're not sharing anything here.
Nope, let me do that real
Oh.
fast. Alright, here we go. JTWC code.
Alright, so let's look in here at this new cone. They're still expecting a Category 5 landfall, and they are expecting that landfall to be pretty much right on top of Dingalan, which is in southern Aurora province, and then weaken to a Category 2, and then re-strengthen. And look at that, 120 knot landfall. That's unheard of that far south in Vietnam. So I wonder what exactly is the process in them forecasting that. I don't know.
Maybe re-intensification over warm sea surface temperature.
It sure will, but to that extent, that's something I question.
I would question the same extent with Ian as well, or what its potential has.
Back to the satellite imagery of Noru. There it is, that close-up imagery. Is there a new frame? There is a new frame, and the eye isn't completely done there, looking at that. But definitely a pronounced turn to the west-northwest. So that puts Manila out of the direct firing line, I think, conclusively now. You will not get typhoon conditions in Manila, but you will get strong tropical storm conditions, and it's probably getting gusty there already. It is heading more towards the northwest now. Some comments then. Joey says, does Ian have a chance of becoming a Category 5? Me and my family may evacuate soon from the Tampa area. Yeah, well, you can never rule that out. It would be highly unlikely, though, that it would be Category 5 at landfall in Florida. It might reach Category 5 prior to that. Maybe in the Caribbean, maybe in as it enters the Gulf initially, and then it will probably weaken some before it makes landfall in Florida. But still, very nervous time over there along the western coast, especially the Tampa Bay area. We know how susceptible it can be to a storm surge. It's an area that rarely gets a significant hurricane landfall, and that is something that we're going to have to watch very closely as we take a look at the next forecast, which we're due to receive any minute from the National Hurricane Center. We'll let you know as soon as that happens. Is Noru going through an eye wall replacement cycle? I'm sure it will have to at some point, but I don't think it is just yet. It's just unless the radar says something new. The southwestern eye wall is starting to look very ropey, but the eye wall is still okay as far as I can tell on radar imagery, which is more accurate than this satellite imagery. Will the Atlantic Ocean get another low pressure system? There is one active in the central Atlantic at about a 50% chance, I think, or a little bit less than that now. Could develop still.
20%.
Oh, it's gone
20%.
way down, okay.
Yeah.
So once again, we're just waiting a few more minutes to see what the National Hurricane Center come up with. That's really the last thing we're waiting for here before we call it a night. Another incredible evening. Last night was spent tracking the remnants, or not the remnants, it sounds minimizing there, but the extratropical continuation of Hurricane Fiona as it blasted through Atlantic Canada last night. And now today we have another enormous event with Typhoon Noru reaching winds of 175 miles per hour sustained winds, 280 kilometers per hour, a pressure of 912. But the good news is that real signs of weakening and a turn slightly towards the northwest puts Manila out of real jeopardy that they were in just a few short hours ago. They will still get significant tropical storm force winds and the possibility of 200 millimeters of rain, so flooding could still be an issue in that area. Cesar, anything you'd like to say whilst we just wait up for this update for a few minutes?
Well, about Typhoon Noru,
Anything
it's
you
a
want.
good. Thank you. Well, I'm going to start with Noru. I still believe that it's going to be really strong despite the wind shear trying to take toll of Noru's inner core. Possibly a high-end Cat 4 will be the landfall, just estimating, of course. But, well, at least it's weakening. It never appeared that Noru will weaken after intensifying such at that quick rate. So that's great news in part, of course. But let's see what happens in the next 3 or 4 hours when the eye wall of Noru gets right in of ashore of Philippines. So let's see. But fortunately, it's weakening. Clear signs of weakening. The eye is shrinking. Sorry for my my pronunciation is getting really bad today.
It's
The
okay.
shrinking is really evident today. So let's see. And about tropical storm Ian. I'm really concerned about the future of this system, but not concerned about that it's going to be bad about the system. I mean, I should be worried about the hurricane.
Now it's
Eh,
still.
about
I mean,
the
when you look towards the end of the forecast, though,
It's
still
out. It's out.
a
It's out.
huge amount of uncertainty. Government of Cuba has issued a hurricane watch for the Cuban provinces of Isla de Juventud, Pinar del Rio, and Artemisa, and a tropical storm watch for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mayabec, and Matanzas. They've
It
put
is up to 50 miles an hour now.
Yep, 50 miles per hour, expecting 140 mile an hour peak.
Oh my. Oh.
wow.
And
Well, actually,
I'm still figuring out where the landfall might be.
I heard some people, well, not heard, but I saw some commentary on Twitter about people comparing the Ian intensification rate to deltas of 2020.
They would have to get a shuffle on.
I mean, I don't think it's like outrageous comparison because it could happen. Delta intensified really quickly, but I don't know. I see the Ian's intensification rate being, I mean, fast but gradual, not like explosive like happened with Delta in 2020 or Noru that happened just yesterday. But of course, it's going to be a really concerning situation for practically the whole western part of Cuba and possibly the eastern tip of the Yucatan Peninsula. Maybe they could get some clouds and some rain, some probably strong wind gusts, and of course the waves and the storm surge is not going to be ruled out. It is going to be the main threat, the main factor of the whole situation.
This was the last cone, and the latest cone isn't out yet, but just looking at the positions, the cone has shifted north slightly. This means that the day 5 point is just a few miles off the coast of Alligator Point and Fish Creek, if you know it, near Appalachia Bay. That's the day 5 point. Not reflected on this cone yet, but when they update it, expect that cone will shift a little bit northwards. Not really westwards or eastwards, but actually northwards. We'll wait to see that new cone.
Fortunately, my prediction appears to have came they've overshot my prediction a bit. I was thinking 130 right before landfall, and NHC is forecasting a 130 mile an hour potential landfall in Cuba or just right over Cuba. And yep, as I said earlier, this is really bad.
Let's read the discussion on this storm. A NOAA GIV Hurricane Hunter jet flew a surveillance around and across Ian at high altitude earlier this evening and dropped several dropsons near the estimated center. The surface winds from the instruments suggested that Ian had an elongated surface circulation from northwest to southeast, but one dropson in particular had a lower pressure than the others, which helped to locate the center. Some new convection has been forming near this location recently, which provides a little more confidence in the estimate. Minimum pressure fallen to 1002 millibars, and a consensus of satellite intensity estimates suggests that the maximum winds are now near 45 knots, which is 50 miles per hour. Track forecast reasoning remains unchanged, with Ian expected to curve around the western periphery of the Atlantic subtropical ridge through the 5-day forecast period. Little change in the model solutions. GFS remains on the western side, ECMWF on the eastern side. So the forecast is very similar through day 3, although it's been nudged slightly westward again on days 4 and 5 over the eastern Gulf of Mexico in the direction of the TVCN and HCCA consensus aids. Ian is now in an environment of low shear and high atmospheric moisture and over waters of high oceanic heat content. Once the circulation becomes vertically stacked, which should be soon, these conditions favour rapid intensification whilst Ian moves over the northwestern Caribbean Sea. They're expecting DTOPS, for instance, is suggesting a greater than 90% chance of rapid intensification during the next 48 to 72 hour periods. NHC official forecast explicitly shows rapid intensification beginning on Sunday, with Ian predicted to peak at Category 4 over the eastern Gulf of Mexico in about 3 days. By days 4 and 5, there's the new cone now. Still a wide area that could still be impacted. Days 4 and 5, global models are leaning towards a scenario where Ian enters into an environment of very strong southwesterly shear, and weakening is therefore expected whilst Ian approaches the coast of the Florida Panhandle. That said, Ian is likely to have an expanding wind field and will be slowing down by that time, which will have the potential to produce significant wind and storm surge impacts despite any potential weakening. Users are urged to focus on specific forecast intensities not to forecast Sorry, start that again. Users are urged to not focus on specific forecast intensities in the 4 and 5 day forecasts and instead focus on the potential hazards Ian may produce across portions of Florida. That final point there, they're saying 90 miles per hour at the day 5 point. That's significant weakening, and hopefully that would happen to a large extent.
But they are forecasting a Category 4 landfall in Cuba. Not something you want to see.
They are Category 4 landfall on that western tip of Cuba, on the new cone.
Yep.
So there we go. That pretty much finishes things off tonight. 2 major systems active. Noru, which is nearing a catastrophic landfall in the Philippines, although somewhat miraculously it's beginning to weaken. And Tropical Storm Ian, which is up a little bit to 50 miles per hour. I called that one as well. I thought they would put it to 50. As Recon is on its way for more observations tonight. Well then, we're going to finish up here at this point. We've been here for quite a while. We'll have more updates on Noru as it continues to reach the Philippines. Video updates on our YouTube channel and more live events later on in the afternoon and evening. Don't go away though. As soon as this stream terminates, YouTube has done this great thing where it will redirect you to our automated stream, which shows you all the latest satellite imagery of Noru and much more than we have here actually. So go over there and you'll be able to monitor the latest progress of that storm. But from our commentary team tonight and all the people who helped us out on this stream this evening / this morning, wherever you are in the world, we hope you remain well, and we'll see you again soon on our next live event, which I'm sure will be very soon in light of these storms. But for now, that's it from us here, and good night.